I am born of the Spirit. I walk by the Spirit, and my path is ordered by divine wisdom. I declare that I am not limited by what I see, because I believe in what is eternal. My life is hidden in Christ, and my destiny cannot be altered by circumstances. I speak light into my future and life into every dry area around me. I am not a product of accident. I am the intentional design of the Almighty. I have divine access, divine insight, and divine clarity. I function in supernatural understanding. My thoughts are aligned with heaven's wisdom. I do not stagger in confusion, because the Spirit gives me sound judgment. I am not a wanderer. I walk in alignment with divine seasons. I carry the mark of God, and nothing can stop what God has started in me. I declare that doors are opened for me without resistance. I do not knock in vain, for heaven responds to my voice. I have divine backing and supernatural favor. I speak progress over my hands and acceleration over my steps. My words carry life and power, and they create reality. I am not idle. I am productive in every season. I bear fruit that lasts. I am not forgotten. I am not forsaken. I am not overlooked. The one who formed the stars knows me by name and has engraved me on the palm of his hand. I am not abandoned. I am celebrated in heaven. I carry the fragrance of favor. Wherever I enter, divine help rises. The systems of the world work for my good, and everything is aligning to fulfill the word of God over my life. I speak boldness into my spirit and courage into my decisions. I am not afraid to advance. I do not shrink back. I am made for more, and I live without apology for the greatness within me. I have authority to trample on serpents and scorpions. I am not intimidated. I am not weak. I am not defeated. I stand in the full armor of God, and I overcome by the blood and by the word of my testimony. My testimony is victory. My reality is breakthrough. My atmosphere shifts because I speak with conviction. I carry divine instruction. I operate with precision. I hear clearly. I move intentionally, and I live purposefully. I am a steward of divine revelation. I do not settle for average, because I carry the seed of the extraordinary. It is written, "You will decree a thing, and it will be established for you." Therefore, I decree divine order in my life. I decree restoration in every place that was broken. I decree completion in every unfinished matter. I decree that the blessings of the Lord overtake me. I am not chasing shadows, I am walking in reality. I am called to influence. I am a voice, not an echo. I shape atmospheres by my words and decisions. My presence makes a difference because God is with me. I do not envy another's portion, for I know the value of what I carry. I celebrate the uniqueness of my calling, and I honor the assignments given to others. I am rooted, not restless. I am planted, not tossed. I grow like a tree by the rivers, and my leaves do not wither. I declare clarity in my vision and precision in my execution. I do not run blindly. I have eyes that see and ears that hear. I have discernment that is sharpened by truth. I know when to move and when to wait. I am not led by pressure. I am led by purpose. My steps are timed by the clock of heaven. I am not too early, and I am not late. I am right on schedule. I am not reactive. I am proactive by the Spirit. I function in foresight. I do not live in regret. I live in redemption. My past is not my prison, it is my testimony of transformation. I carry the evidence of deliverance. I walk in the liberty of the cross. I do not repeat cycles. I create new paths. It is written, the path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. I declare that my light increases daily. My understanding deepens with time. My strength is renewed like the eagle. I mount up, I soar, I ascend. I do not dwell in low places. I function from a higher realm. My thoughts are elevated. My desires are purified. My motives are refined. I seek the eternal above the temporary. I invest in the unseen over the visible. I declare that I am not a slave to earthly systems. I am a citizen of heaven with authority on earth. I operate under divine jurisdiction. I am heaven's ambassador. I am not chained to yesterday. I am not trapped by the words of man. I am liberated by the word of God. My mind is renewed. My heart is guarded, and my spirit is awake. I live in alignment with the truth. I am not double-minded. I am focused and unwavering. I am not torn between opinions. I am anchored in conviction. I declare consistency in my walk and endurance in my journey. I am not weary in doing good. I sow in faith and reap in fullness. I do not labor in vain. My work is not wasted. It is watered by heaven. I speak life to my relationships. I am surrounded by covenant connections, not counterfeit associations. I attract those who sharpen me and release those who drain me. I walk with those who understand my assignment. I am not isolated. I am divinely planted among the right people. I walk in unity, not competition. I declare peace in my home and alignment in my partnerships. I am covered. I am protected. I am surrounded. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I am shielded by divine protection and preserved by divine purpose. I am hidden under the shadow of the Almighty. It is written, those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken but endures forever. I declare that I am unshakable in my faith. My trust is not in systems or men. My trust is in the one who never fails. I do not waver in storms. I remain grounded. I do not panic in crisis. I remain calm. I am not shaken by the noise of the world because I know the voice of the shepherd. I walk in the assurance of divine stability. I declare emotional health, mental clarity, and spiritual maturity. I am not ruled by my feelings. I am led by truth. I declare strength in my inner being and confidence in my identity. I speak divine health into my body. My cells align with the Word of God. My organs function with precision. Every system in my body is whole. I am not ruled by sickness or delay. I carry the life of God in every part of me. I speak strength to my bones and vitality to my days. I do not wither in weakness. I flourish in wellness. My strength is not of this world. It is divine and inexhaustible. I am preserved in health for the fulfillment of purpose. I do not fear disease. I do not accept decay. I walk in life. It is written, the same Spirit that raised Jesus from the dead lives in you and gives life to your mortal body. I receive that life. I speak prosperity over the works of my hands. I declare abundance in my endeavors. I am not lacking. I am overflowing. I do not strive in lack. I thrive in provision. I do not operate in scarcity. I function in sufficiency. I am not the borrower. I am the lender. I give generously and receive without limit. I am trusted with resources. I steward wealth with wisdom. I am faithful in little and ruler over much. My hands build. My mind creates. My work multiplies. I do not labor without reward. The Lord delights in my increase. I do not chase money. Money follows purpose. My prosperity is purpose. I speak peace into my nights and joy into my mornings. My sleep is sweet, and my rest is complete. I wake with purpose. I move with clarity. I end with satisfaction. I am not drained by days. I am renewed by them. I do not dread the future. I am excited for it. I do not shrink from tomorrow. I run into it. My times are in God's hands. I am not anxious about what's ahead. I am confident in what's coming. It is written, eye has not seen, ear has not heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man what God has prepared for those who love him. I expect the unimaginable. I am prepared for the miraculous. I declare that I am a light in the darkness and a voice in the silence. I do not blend in when I'm called to stand out. I am salt. I am light. I am influence. I do not conform to patterns. I transform by truth. I shift environments and break limitations. I rise above the noise, and I remain true to my call. I do not apologize for the anointing on my life. I do not hide the fire within me. I speak boldly, move freely, and live intentionally. I am unashamed of my testimony. I am the evidence of divine transformation. I am an example of what God can do. I am not average. I am not finished. My best is not behind me, it is ahead of me. I press forward. I stretch. I grow. I expand. I declare supernatural capacity. I carry more than I look like. I walk into rooms prepared for me. I am not intimidated by greatness. I am born for it. I do not shrink to fit into small places. I rise to meet divine expectation. I am not limited by my background. I am defined by God's word. I live above odds and beyond statistics. I rise where others fall. I build where others break. I believe where others doubt. It is written, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God goes with you." I walk with God. I move with His presence. I stand in His power. I speak from His authority. I act from His instruction. I live by His word. I am chosen. I am appointed. I am anointed. I am sealed by the Spirit and sent for a purpose. I do not lose heart. I do not lose hope. And I do not lose my way. My light shines brighter. My voice grows stronger. And my life speaks louder. I am an unstoppable force because heaven is behind me. I am not waiting to become I already am. I am anointed to reign in spiritual authority. I walk in the dominion of one called by name, chosen before time, equipped for this exact hour. I rise in power that comes from heaven, not from the validation of men. I am planted in the realm of divine assignment, and I thrive in my God-ordained territory. My calling is authentic, my voice is needed, and my steps are prophetic. I do not question my legitimacy, for I am rooted in the purpose of the eternal. I stand firm in my identity and operate in unwavering conviction. My life is not ordinary. I live by supernatural rhythm. I move in divine boldness, carrying out eternal plans. I do not doubt what has been revealed to me, and I do not delay in obedience. The hand of the Lord is mighty upon me, and His counsel directs my momentum. I declare that I have the mind of Christ. I think with accuracy. I discern with depth, and I reason with kingdom perspective. My thoughts are purified by divine truth, and my imagination is sanctified by revelation. My strategies are not shallow. They are birthed in the secret place. I receive divine patterns and heavenly insight. I am a steward of hidden things, and I speak with wisdom not taught by man. My decisions carry prophetic weight. I release blueprints that shift generations. I am a carrier of divine solutions, and my counsel brings light. My creativity is not random, it is kingdom aligned. I manifest what is conceived in the Spirit, and I build what is shown in the invisible realm. I do not live by reaction, I function by revelation. It is written, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." I declare that I receive answers beyond the reach of reason. I am not blind to the times. I am not deaf to divine instruction. My spiritual senses are alive and active. I see with clarity. I hear with distinction. I perceive with maturity. I I am not misled by emotion or assumption. My discernment is precise. I recognize divine moments and seize appointed opportunities. I declare that I am synchronized with divine timing. I move when God moves. I stop when He says stop. I am not ahead, and I am never behind. I walk in harmony with eternal timing. I declare that the blessing of God rests upon my journey. I am not hindered by opposition. What is mine flows to me unhindered. The ground I walk on is consecrated by divine intent. I tread boldly upon territories prepared for me. Every delay is turned into acceleration. Every resistance becomes a reason for elevation. What was closed is opening. What was lost is returning. What was hidden is being revealed. I do not knock where I am not called. I enter where I am sent. I refuse illegitimate access and embrace holy invitation. I stand in rooms appointed by God and handle matters beyond my own qualifications. I do not dwell in the past. I do not live in yesterday's limitations. My mind is free from old failures and former ceilings. I do not rehearse disappointments, I replace them with declarations. I do not mourn what has been removed, I prepare for what is being released. My eyes are forward, my hands are steady, and my faith is established. I no longer wear garments of shame. I am clothed with righteousness, crowned with destiny, and adorned with newness. I walk with the dignity of redemption and the authority of calling. My story has not ended, it has only begun to unfold. It is written, I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. I declare total restoration over every moment lost, every opportunity missed, and every resource wasted. The time is redeemed, the ground is recovered, the resources return with interest. I speak restitution to my seasons. I declare that what was barren is now fertile. What was dormant is now awakening. What was broken is being rebuilt. I walk in full recovery. Nothing is permanently lost in the hands of God. He who began the work brings it to completion. I will not fear the ruins, I will arise among them. I am not moved by what I see. I am established by what I know. I declare strength in the face of uncertainty. I am not shaken by change. I am not crushed by pressure. I do not quit in trial. I am fortified from within. I am resilient, enduring, and unbreakable. When storms rise, I rise higher. When winds blow, I stand stronger. I do not retreat in difficulty. I conquer. I face the impossible with divine confidence. I speak to mountains and they shift. I challenge obstacles and they crumble. I do not tolerate intimidation, I enforce spiritual dominion. I speak elevation over my assignments. I am not stagnant, I am ascending. I rise in excellence. I excel in execution. I multiply what is in my hand. I refuse to diminish. I do not hide, I shine. I am not minimal, I am magnified by purpose. I do not downplay my value, I embrace my worth in Christ. I rise in rank, I increase in impact. My words are weighty, my work is enduring, my fruit is multiplied. I declare that I am expanding, not shrinking. I am promoted in the spirit and recognized in the natural. I function in realms I was previously denied, because heaven now speaks for me. It is written, your gift will make room for you and bring you before great men. I declare that my gift is not dormant, it is active and making room. I am brought into circles of influence by divine positioning. I am not striving to be seen, I am revealed in the appointed time. My gifts are not wasted, they are stirred, sharpened, and sent forth. I operate in mastery. I do not bury my talent, I multiply it. I do not compete, I complete. I do not hide, I emerge. I declare that every capacity within me is awakened for divine purpose. I walk in integrity, not compromise. I declare consistency in my character and purity in my motives. I do not trade truth for popularity. I do not exchange purity for visibility. I remain upright when others bend. I stand when others fall. I declare that my conduct is governed by the Spirit and my decisions honor the Lord. I resist corruption. I reject deception. I embrace righteousness. I live what I speak, and I speak what I believe. I am not perfect, but I am authentic. I do not wear masks, I live with transparency. My life is a mirror of divine transformation. I declare that I live in answered prayers. I do not merely hope, I receive. I do not wish, I walk in manifestation. My prayer life is not empty ritual, it is communion with heaven. I am heard. I am answered. I am helped. My petitions rise as incense, and the response of God is certain. I wait with expectation and receive with gratitude. I declare tangible outcomes, visible breakthroughs, and measurable results. What I ask in faith, I receive in full. My prayer alters outcomes. My intercession shifts realities. I do not pray to be seen, I pray to see results. It is written, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. I declare that I walk in faith, without wavering. My heart does not doubt. My confession does not falter. I do not cancel my prayers with unbelief. I believe, therefore I speak, therefore I see. My faith is not circumstantial, it is foundational. I stand on the promises of God, not the opinions of man. I am not moved by delay, I remain steadfast. I do not need signs to believe, I believe to see signs. I declare that I am fruitful in every area. My thoughts are fruitful. My words are fruitful. My hands are fruitful. My endeavors produce excellence. I do not chase success, I carry fruitfulness. I am not barren in vision, in strategy, or in results. I do not waste effort. I do not invest without return. I do not plant without harvest. I move in cycles of productivity. I abide in the vine and bear much fruit. I do not measure myself by others, I bear what I was assigned to carry. I celebrate my lane and flourish in my purpose. I speak focus into my days. I am not distracted. I am not scattered. I am not disoriented. I move with aim and execute with purpose. I do not dabble, I commit. I do not drift, I pursue. My time is guarded. My energy is prioritized, and my attention is undivided. I do not waste what has been entrusted to me. I redeem the moments and maximize the minutes. My day is not consumed with confusion, I am led by clarity. I am not all over the place, I am centered in Christ. My path is marked, and I walk it with confidence. I speak order into my space. I command alignment in every aspect of my world. My atmosphere supports my assignment. My environment cooperates with my purpose. I am not surrounded by chaos, I dwell in order. My time is disciplined. My home is peaceful. My relationships are edifying. My emotions are settled. I declare inner stillness and outward structure. I am not frantic, I am composed. I do not operate in disorder, I build with precision. I attract what aligns and repel what distracts. My surroundings are sanctified. It is written, let all things be done decently and in order. I declare divine structure in all I build. My work is excellent. My plans are strategic, and my results are lasting. I do not operate in guesswork, I move with clarity. I do not hope things fall into place, I arrange them by the leading of the Spirit. My assignments are completed, not abandoned. My goals are accomplished, not postponed. I finish what I start because I begin with God. I am not overwhelmed, I am organized by wisdom. I declare that I am ready for the new. I do not cling to what is no longer relevant. I release the outdated and embrace the updated. I let go of the former and make room for the fresh. I prepare for the unfamiliar. I stretch into what is ahead. I do not fear change, I evolve with grace. I do not resist growth, I welcome it. I declare transition without confusion, elevation without corruption, and progress without pride. I do not remain in what was, I step into what is becoming. I am not ordinary. I am not common. I am not replaceable. I carry a fingerprint of heaven. I am unique by divine design. I do not dilute myself to fit in. I do not suppress my voice to be accepted. I do not minimize my light to match darkness. I am different, and I do not apologize. I stand out for the glory of God. I rise for the advancement of the kingdom. I speak not just to be heard, but to cause change. I live not just to exist, but to make impact. It is written, you are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. I declare I will not be hidden. My value will not be ignored. My voice will not be silenced. I shine with purpose. I rise with influence. I live with distinction. I am here for such a time as this. I am established in a covenant that cannot be broken. I do not operate from uncertainty, but from divine agreement. My foundation is unshakable because it is built on the unchangeable Word of God. I do not live by assumptions. I live by the certainty of the promises spoken before time. I am sealed with divine authority, and nothing can revoke what has been spoken over me. I am a manifestation of divine design, and I carry the signature of heaven. I am recognized in realms visible and invisible as one marked by purpose. I cannot be hidden because my existence is intentional and my assignment is eternal. I rise with understanding that I am not permitted to fail in what I was formed to fulfill. My function is relevant, and my presence is significant in every sphere I enter. I declare supernatural accuracy in execution. I do not miss divine instructions. I do not wander in confusion. I make precise movements with spiritual intelligence. I am not led by trends. I am guided by revelation. I see the invisible and move with calculated obedience. I do not guess my way through life. I navigate by prophetic guidance. I speak and things respond. I move and atmospheres shift. I build what has never been built. I establish what others could not finish. I break barriers with ease and transition through boundaries without resistance. I do not hesitate where boldness is required. I do not pause where persistence is necessary. I am consistent in every stage of my evolution. I am not defined by temporal outcomes. I am anchored in eternal identity. My value is not determined by what I possess, but by the one who possesses me. I carry a weight that cannot be measured in the natural. I walk into rooms with the backing of the unseen. I speak with confidence because I am sourced by divine intelligence. I think with clarity. I act with intention. I move with insight. I manifest dimensions that eyes have not seen and hearts have not imagined. I have access to what others only admire. I am entrusted with matters that require purity of heart and clarity of purpose. I am not trivial. I am not ordinary. I am not replaceable. My voice carries the frequency of assignment. It is written, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." I do not fear unfinished chapters because the author is committed to the end. I will not be stuck in process. I will not die in transition. I will not quit in discomfort. What began will be fulfilled. What started will be perfected. What was planted will blossom. My story will not be interrupted by error, nor my purpose aborted by pressure. I continue with confidence because I know the hand that formed me is still writing the next line. I am not limited by natural lineage. I transcend the limitations of family patterns. I declare that hereditary limitations are broken. Ancestral restrictions are cut off. I begin a new order. I chart new paths. I write new stories. I speak a better language. I carry a higher DNA. I am not subject to what afflicted others. I rise. Where others fell, I soar where others sank. I build where others were broken. I am the shift. I am the evidence that cycles can end. I do not inherit defeat, I walk in a new order of victory. I do not carry what does not belong to my destiny. I declare that I walk in divine adaptability. I am not overwhelmed by change. I am equipped for transition. I adjust with wisdom. I evolve with strength. I upgrade with discernment. I am not attached to expired methods. I do not remain in outdated systems. I shift with the cloud. I move with divine wind. I relocate mentally, emotionally, spiritually when prompted by divine instruction. I do not idolize old comforts. I do not grieve expired seasons. I arise into the now. I respond to current instruction. I do not dwell where growth no longer occurs. I declare that my identity is mobile, but my foundation is eternal. I speak capacity over my spirit. I contain more than what is visible. I carry reservoirs of wisdom, dimensions of strength, and measures of power that far exceed human comprehension. I do not run dry. I am continually refilled. I am refreshed in divine presence. I overflow with excellence. My cup does not leak. My reservoir is not polluted. I draw from the deep. I do not function on surface knowledge. I operate with depth. I am never exhausted because my source is infinite. I give without depletion. I serve without burnouts. I build without crumbling. I carry more than I reveal. It is written, "Be still, and know that I am God." I declare in a stillness in the midst of movement. I operate with calm under pressure. I make decisions from peace, not panic. I hear God clearly in stillness. I do not react impulsively, I respond with revelation. I wait when necessary and act when instructed. I am not rushed by external noise. I am not driven by fear of missing out. I remain grounded in the voice that is above every voice. I know who I follow and why I move. I declare divine timing over every action I take. I affirm that my words are weapons. I speak with weight. I declare with power. I pronounce with clarity. I do not speak carelessly. I do not declare randomly. I construct with language. I dismantle with declarations. I shift atmospheres with utterance. My tongue is sanctified. My speech is seasoned. My voice is not silenced. I speak life where death threatened. I proclaim truth where deception thrived. I announce order where confusion reigned. I do not echo, I originate. I do not borrow words, I release the sound of heaven. My declarations shape destinies. My voice is not an opinion, it is an assignment. I affirm that I live in divine rhythm. I do not compete with anyone's pace. I honor the pace of my own calling. I am not delayed, I am developed. I am not rushed, I am refined. I trust the timeline of heaven. I move without envy. I advance without haste. I evolve without comparison. My journey is measured by obedience, not public applause. My timeline is not a mistake. My pace is not an error. I grow by design. I build by revelation. I wait when necessary and run when released. I will not be late for what God has prepared for me. I declare that I am anchored in consistency. I do not start and stop. I do not burn out. I do not drop what I've been assigned. I finish what I start. I do not operate by excitement, I move by discipline. I am committed to the unseen routines that fuel public victories. I rise early in responsibility and stay late in excellence. I do not give up when it's hard. I do not shrink when it's slow. I remain when others leave. I sow when it's dry. I water when it's dull. I persist when it's silent. I am unshaken in focus. I am unwavering in devotion. It is written, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." I declare I will see the reward. I will hold the harvest. I will carry the results. My waiting is not wasted. My labor is not in vain. My tears are not ignored. I sow in silence, but reap in overflow. I endure the hidden so I can steward the revealed. I am not weary. I am renewed. I am not quitting, I am pressing. I speak divine durability over my mind. I do not break under mental pressure. My thoughts are fortified. My decisions are clear. My mind is sharp, disciplined, and guarded. I cast down lies and elevate truth. I resist mental fog and walk in clarity. My thoughts do not wander without direction. I focus, I meditate, I remain aligned. I do not spiral into doubt. I do not descend into fear. My thoughts build me, they do not destroy me. My inner world is governed by the word. I am not tormented, I am stable. I declare financial fluency over my life. I understand divine wealth. I steward increase with wisdom. I do not chase riches, I manage kingdom resources. I am trusted with abundance. I multiply what is given. I build, invest, distribute, and grow. I am not wasteful. I am not fearful. I am not greedy. I am faithful. I am diligent. I am discerning. I do not live in lack, I operate from fullness. I attract opportunities. I see value. I generate solutions. I increase not only for self, but for kingdom assignment. My hands are blessed, and my mind is fruitful. It is written, God gives you the ability to produce wealth. I declare that I walk in that ability. I recognize opportunities where others see obstacles. I act with integrity and trade with wisdom. I do not fear recession or famine. I do not rely on unstable systems. My economy is sustained by a higher order. I prosper in storms. I grow in crisis. I flourish where others fail. My source never dries. I affirm that I carry legacy. I build beyond myself. I live beyond today. I think in terms of generations. I plant for those I may never see. I write what others will read. I blaze trails others will walk. I start movements others will join. I build structures others will inherit. I do not waste my time, I deposit into time. I do not just make noise, I create impact. I am a seed and a tree, a spark and a flame, a foundation and a future. I will not pass through the earth unnoticed. I live with weight, and I leave with evidence. I declare that I remain faithful in obscurity. I do not need applause to serve. I do not crave platforms to remain loyal. I build even when no one is watching. I prepare in secret. I grow in silence. I develop in the hidden place. My roots go deep, so my fruit can last. I am not in a hurry to be seen. I value being formed more than being followed. I am consistent in the quiet. I do not need confirmation to continue. My conviction is stronger than my desire for attention. It is written, "The eyes of the Lord search the whole earth in order to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to Him." I declare that I am strengthened, seen, and sustained by God. My hidden faithfulness is honored. My secret obedience is recorded. I am not forgotten. I am not overlooked. Heaven takes note of my loyalty. I affirm that I am fit for the future. I am not unprepared. I am not behind. I am not disqualified. I am made ready. I am sharpened, refined, trained, and equipped. I meet the moments I am called to. I rise to the challenge. I do not back down from responsibility. I am capable of carrying weight. I am not too small for my next. I am not too weak for what's coming. I am not too late for what's prepared. I will rise to meet every moment of destiny. I am surrounded by the shield of divine instruction. I walk in understanding that is not of this world. I receive revelation beyond the natural intellect. I discern spiritual patterns and apply them rightly. I interpret the voice of God with clarity and confidence. I am not led by assumptions, but by insight birthed from the Spirit. I do not stumble in decision-making, for my steps are ordered with precision. I am not confused. I am stable. I am not tossed by emotions. I am anchored in divine directives. I receive the gift of wisdom for every season one walks through. I declare that I am full of spiritual intelligence. I understand mysteries. I decode dreams. I perceive signals from heaven. I operate in divine strategies. I do not approach life blindly. I move with divine blueprints. I receive supernatural problem-solving capacity. I interpret situations accurately. I build what others thought impossible. I carry the mind of Christ in all things. I am never too late or too early. I am always in alignment. I announce that I function from a realm of spiritual excellence. I do not operate from average. I excel in everything I touch. My works are not mediocre. My thoughts are not shallow. My life is not inconsistent. I am thorough. I am disciplined. I am intentional. I set my hand to tasks and I complete them with distinction. My results speak of my divine origin. My processes reveal the Spirit of God in me. I do not settle, I rise. I do not shrink, I expand. I live in diligence, and I overflow in fruitfulness. I declare that my voice carries weight. My words are charged with power. I speak and it is established. I decree and angels respond. I release utterances that shift atmospheres. My mouth is a portal of authority. I do not waste words. I do not murmur or complain. I do not curse or doubt. I build with my declarations. I establish things in the Spirit. I carry the voice of one who is being with God. When I speak, mountains move. When I speak, the earth yields. When I speak, what is unseen becomes visible. I affirm that I live under divine covering. I am preserved from destruction. I am immune to spiritual assaults. I dwell in safety not because of human systems, but because the Lord is my keeper. Arrows may fly by day and by night, but I am untouched. I am not vulnerable. I am not exposed. I live inside divine refuge. The forces of darkness have no claim over my life. My habitation is secure. My dwelling is surrounded. My going out and coming in are preserved. I am not afraid because I know who stands guard over me. I declare that I wear garments of spiritual strength. I do not faint. I do not retreat. I do not break under pressure. I do not collapse in trials. I am reinforced from within. I am clothed with resilience. I endure as one who is rooted. I persist as one who knows their source. I am energized by the Spirit and not by flesh. I do not grow weary in doing well. I advance even when opposition rises. I am built for every battle assigned to me. I do not break, I conquer. I declare that I am trained in the Spirit. I am not naive. I am not ignorant of the enemy's devices. I see beyond the surface. I recognize manipulation. I reject deception. I expose falsehood. I shut the mouth of confusion. I wage warfare with spiritual intelligence. My hands are trained for battle. My tongue is sharpened by truth. My posture is always alert. I do not slumber spiritually. I do not compromise. I walk in integrity, and I live from a place of consecration. I affirm that I am a carrier of legacy. My life sows seeds that outlive me. I invest in eternal things. I build for generations I may never meet. I establish foundations that remain. I speak words that echo long after I am gone. I walk paths that others will follow. I lead with righteousness. I mentor with accuracy. I plant with intention. I will not be forgotten because my fruit will remain. I am not a passing shadow. I am a generational blessing. I declare that my days are orchestrated by the Lord. I do not wander aimlessly. I do not live in confusion. I do not waste my years. I wake up with purpose. I go to bed fulfilled. My calendar is not crowded with distractions. My time is aligned with divine appointments. I redeem every moment. I do not delay. I do not postpone obedience. I act when heaven moves. I run with vision. I walk with discipline. I reap the reward of timely obedience. I affirm that I am saturated with the light of heaven. Darkness cannot find a place in me. I glow with spiritual brilliance. I am not hidden. I shine. I do not dim to please anyone. I radiate truth. I illuminate paths. I attract divine connections. My life is a testimony that heaven still works through humanity. I reflect divine presence. I embody divine glory. I am a lamp that cannot be put out. I shine brighter with every passing day. I proclaim that my hands are blessed. I do not labor in vain. I do not gather into bags with holes. I build and it stands. I sow and I reap. I water and I see increase. My hands bring healing. My hands create value. My hands deliver breakthroughs. What I touch multiplies. What I begin, I finish. I do not toil without results. I do not hustle in futility. I prosper in all I do because my hands are marked for dominion. I declare that my heart is guarded by divine discernment. I am not entangled by offense. I am not distracted by flattery. I am not moved by manipulation. I perceive intentions. I test spirits. I examine fruit. I keep my heart free from corruption. I walk in love, but I am not blind. I am harmless as a dove, yet wise as a serpent. I am gentle, yet I do not tolerate deception. I am kind, yet I do not allow compromise. My heart remains pure and perceptive. I affirm that I live in full awareness of the invisible realm. I know that what is seen is temporary. I am not shaken by appearances. I do not make decisions by the senses. I live by the Spirit. I walk by faith. I call things that are not as though they were. I align with eternal truths. I operate in dimensions unseen. I know that hosts of heaven are with me. I live with assurance of divine backing. I do not fear, for I am surrounded. I declare that I live under supernatural multiplication. What is small becomes great in my hands. What is little turns into overflow. I do not lack because I am connected to infinite supply. I do not struggle for resources. They are drawn to me. I am not anxious about needs. They are met before they arise. I dwell in abundance. I reap from fields I did not plant. I harvest where I sow in faith. I give generously, and I receive lavishly. Increase is my default setting. I declare that I have capacity for great things. I am not limited by background. I am not defined by failure. I am not reduced by delay. I expand in influence. I enlarge my tent. I stretch without breaking. I contain more than what meets the eye. I hold wisdom, power, strategy, and excellence within me. I outgrow limitations. I exceed expectations. I surprise even myself. My capacity is increasing daily. I affirm that I walk in dominion over time. I do not regret the past. I do not fear the future. I do not waste the present. My history is redeemed. My future is secure. My present is filled with purpose. I am not bound by time. I redeem it. I do not live in haste or delay. I move in divine rhythm. I flow with the Spirit's timing. I reap harvests from old seeds. I plant in the now for future glory. I am always right on time. I declare that my mind is protected from anxiety. I do not spiral into worrying. I do not meditate on fear. I do not rehearse past failures. I think on what is true, noble, pure, and praiseworthy. I entertain thoughts that align with heaven's agenda. My mind is not a battlefield. It is a sanctuary. I possess life with calm assurance. I rest in the knowledge that all things are working for my good. I affirm that I speak only what heaven is saying. I do not echo the world's confusion. I do not agree with hopelessness. I do not confess defeat. I speak faith. I release destiny. I call things into alignment. I refuse to speak what contradicts God's plan. I train my tongue to bless. I discipline my lips to declare truth. I frame my world with my words. I build altars with my utterances. I tear down lies and establish righteousness with every sentence. I proclaim that I am rising in spiritual stature. I am growing in depth. I am increasing in maturity. I am not the same person I was yesterday. I am transformed daily by the word. I am pruned for fruitfulness. I am refined by fire. I am shaped through obedience. I am not stagnant. I am not complacent. I am pressing forward. I am climbing higher. I am drawing nearer. I am being conformed to the image of Christ. I affirm that I live under divine witness. I do not need to defend myself. I do not strive to be seen. I do not beg for validation. The fruit of my life testifies. The presence I carry affirms. The grace on my life speaks, louder than explanations. I am not moved by accusation. I am not shaken by criticism. I am rooted in who God says I am. I live from the secret place, and the results are evident in the open. It is written, the righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. It is written, blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out. It is written, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. It is written, the Lord shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouses, and in all that thou settest thine hand unto. It is written, they go from strength to strength. Every one of them in Zion appeareth before God. It is written, the Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season. It is written, 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. It is written, delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. It is written, he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It is written, thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. I have divine access to heavenly blueprints. I operate in uncommon instructions that release unusual results. My hands are strengthened for strategic execution. My mind is wired to understand hidden operations of the Spirit. I possess the boldness to take steps others fear. I function with spiritual intelligence that confounds the wise. I walk in divine configurations that break natural limitations. I am divinely positioned where opportunities meet preparation. I rise above delay, hindrance, and stagnation. I advance by the force of revelation and divine backing. I speak solutions, and situations align. I command environments to yield. I do not labor in vain. I sow in faith, and I reap with laughter. I am not forgotten. I am not stranded. I am not a victim of time. The season obeys the voice of my faith. The day works in my favor. I discern doors, and I enter boldly. I take possession of what has been preserved for me. I do not compete for what is mine. I attract what aligns with purpose. I command clarity in the midst of confusion. I declare that my steps are guided by divine sequence. It is written, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. I flow in divine order. I do not run ahead, and I do not lag behind. I am in rhythm with heaven. My hands are blessed. What I build endures. What I plant flourishes. I declare expansion without anxiety. My capacity increases without compromise. I am not overwhelmed by success. I am not corrupted by increase. I grow with integrity. I rise with wisdom. I rule with compassion. I lead with humility. I attract partners of destiny. I do not walk alone. I am surrounded with favor and counsel. I hear the voice behind me saying, this is the way. I do not stumble. I do not guess. I walk in assurance. I am delivered from the fear of starting. I am released from the fear of finishing. I break cycles of abandonment. I am anointed to complete. I am graced to finish strong. I embrace the call. Without excuse, I do not negotiate my destiny with fear. I do not edit my calling to fit comfort. I am bold to stand alone. I am strong enough to carry responsibility. I am wise enough to seek help. I receive strength for the journey. I am built for pressure. I do not collapse. I do not retreat. I am established in my convictions. I am anchored in truth. I am unmoved by the opinions of men. I am not tossed by emotions. I am steady, rooted, and unshakable. I function with discernment. I am not easily impressed. I am not deceived by appearances. I see through the lens of the Spirit. I speak what I believe. I walk what I speak. My life is aligned with eternal values. I choose what builds. I embrace what refines. I pursue what matters. I declare that divine strategies are released to me. I understand timing. I interpret seasons. I do not mismanage the process. I do not abort the promise. I carry what heaven has deposited. I nurture what God has entrusted. I grow what has been planted. I multiply what I've received. I do not diminish what I have. I do not despise small beginnings. I am faithful in little. I am prepared for more. It is written, "He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much." I declare consistency in all I do. I am surrounded with divine fire. I am covered with the mantle of light. I am insulated from the arrows of the wicked. No curse can rest on me. No enchantment can work against me. I am defended without striving. I am preserved without fear. I walk through battles untouched. I rise from attacks stronger. I am not weary in warfare. I am refreshed by divine breath. My soul is restored. My spirit is revived. My strength is renewed. I am not intimidated by darkness. I shine in obscurity. I declare that wisdom builds me. Understanding establishes me. Knowledge furnishes me. I lack nothing for what I've been assigned. I walk in abundance of insight. I speak with authority and precision. My words carry weight. My counsel brings direction. My speech edifies and strengthens. I do not waste words. I do not speak idle things. My tongue is disciplined. My language is seasoned with grace. I have capacity for more. I am not limited by my background. I am not defined by past mistakes. I am not held by yesterday's errors. I press forward. I stretch higher. I reach further. I believe again. I dream again. I build again. I rise from ashes. I emerge from ruins. I am rebuilt with honor. I am restored with beauty. I am established in purpose. It is written, "And I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten." I receive full restoration. I am not barren. I am not empty. I overflow with divine deposits. I am fruitful in all seasons. My branches do not wither. My roots do not dry. My leaves remain green. I produce results in and out of season. I am planted by divine rivers. I receive from unseen sources. I lack no good thing. I flourish without striving. I multiply without manipulation. I rise without explanation. I am not confused. I am not double-minded. I have the mind of Christ. I think clearly. I decide wisely. I act boldly. I do not waver. I do not delay. I move with clarity. My decisions align with purpose. My choices bring peace. My steps are sure. My movement is intentional. My actions are fruitful. I do not waste time. I redeem the moment. I declare dominion over my territory. I rise in spiritual jurisdiction. I do not tolerate what does not align with covenant. I evict fear. I silence doubt. I cancel delay. I rebuke distraction. I reject compromise. I cast off limitation. I uproot every seed not planted by the Father. I decree that my environment supports purpose. I inhabit spaces prepared for me. I do not dwell where God has not sent me. I flourish where I am planted. I am not intimidated by giants. I am not moved by resistance. I see beyond the obstacle. I speak beyond the mountain. I decree that every wall falls. I tear down opposition. I release divine intervention. I call forth angelic reinforcement. I do not fight alone. I do not lose ground. I take back territory. I occupy fully. I possess boldly. I do not retreat. I carry the mark of divine ownership. I am sealed with purpose. I am stamped with destiny. I am identified with the call. I am distinguished by divine presence. I am known in the Spirit. I am recognized by heaven. I am not hidden to God. I am not forgotten in the crowd. I am seen. I am known. I am chosen. I am called. It is written, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. I declare that I was known before time. I existed in the plan of God. I manifest the purpose I was sent to fulfill. I do not mimic others. I do not envy paths. I celebrate divine design. I walk in my own lane. I honor my uniqueness. I embrace my assignment. I have nothing to prove. I am not in a race for attention. I am not in competition for validation. I am secure in my identity. I am confident in my calling. I am consistent in my direction. I declare divine relevance. I remain significant through seasons. I am remembered for what matters. I live beyond applause. I rise beyond trends. I build what time cannot erase. I establish what storms cannot shake. I declare that my hands are strengthened for exploits. I build cities. I repair ruins. I restore foundations. I raise up generations. I do not labor in vain. I do not build without purpose. My work is inspired. My efforts are empowered. My results speak loudly. My legacy is eternal. My impact is generational. I live with eternal perspective. I see through the lens of destiny. I do not waste life chasing shadows. I invest in what is lasting. I give myself to what cannot be taken. I pour into what cannot fade. I do not faint. I do not fear. I do not fall. I run with endurance. I fight with faith. I finish with strength. It is written, "But ye, brethren, be not weary in well-doing." I will not grow tired of doing what is right. I do not slow down because of resistance. I accelerate with understanding. I push with vision. I press with hope. I declare supernatural strength. I mount up with wings as eagles. I rise above discouragement. I fly over distractions. I soar with clarity. I do not forget who I am. I do not lose sight of where I'm going. I am focused. I am steadfast. I am determined. I am resolved. I am intentional. I do not apologize for alignment. I do not negotiate conviction. I do not trade values for popularity. I live for something bigger. I walk with a sense of eternity. I am covered in divine insight, led by the counsel of the Most High in every decision I take. I walk in the knowledge that my mind is renewed daily and my steps are ordered beyond what I can see. I do not walk in confusion. I declare that the Spirit of wisdom works through me, and I understand what others cannot explain. My eyes are open to things hidden from the ordinary mind. I make decisions that elevate me because I do not lean on my understanding. I affirm that my perception is sharpened by the power of God, and I see the invisible becoming possible for me. I am not limited by natural intelligence. I operate with a sound mind and divine discernment. I interpret situations with spiritual depth and respond with grace and clarity. I affirm that I have divine strategies to conquer obstacles, overcome hindrances, and rise above systems that try to restrain me. My thoughts are anchored in purpose. My mind is protected from doubt, and my words build paths of victory for me. I declare that my hands are skilled. Everything I touch prospers. My work speaks of excellence and my craft is distinguished. I do not dwell in mediocrity. I operate above the standard of this world, for I am a representation of God's handiwork. My diligence attracts favor. My efforts yield multiplied results. My labor is not in vain. My strength is renewed. My ambition is sanctified, and my achievements are unfolding by divine timing. I am the expression of divine capacity. There is no limit to the potential that flows through me. My vision is alive, and I have clarity for the road ahead. I do not live in uncertainty. I move with intentionality. I declare that every seed of greatness in me is coming into maturity. I will not be hidden. I will not be buried. I will not be ignored. The light within me cannot be dimmed. I affirm that I function with divine speed. I do not experience delay without purpose. Every interruption is an invitation to greater breakthroughs. I catch up with everything that once seemed ahead of me. I am not left behind. I experience restoration. In areas I thought were gone, I recover with strength and move with acceleration. I walk into seasons prepared for me, and I arrive on time. I declare that I am built with endurance. I am not shaken by temporary pressure. I am grounded in faith and resilient under trial. No burden is too heavy for me, because I carry strength from within. I am not discouraged. I will not retreat. I will not surrender to opposition. I press forward with courage, and I persist until the promise is fulfilled. I am not defined by my past. I am not marked by what tried to break me. I have emerged stronger, wiser, and more refined. I affirm that nothing from yesterday has the power to shape what God is building in me today. I have moved forward, and I am moving ahead. I carry the lessons, not the weight. I carry the wisdom, not the wound. I declare that my name is marked for distinction. I am not forgotten in the crowd. I am singled out for influence. I am identified by favor. My life is a testimony of what God can do with one surrendered soul. I am recognized, respected, and raised by unseen hands. I affirm that doors open because of who walks with me. I will not strive for recognition, because my light cannot be hidden. I speak increase into every part of my life. I expand in vision. I grow in results. I rise in levels. I multiply in impact. I stretch into places I've never seen before. I receive ideas that elevate me. I am a builder. I am an innovator. I am a solution bringer. I am not small, and I do not live within the borders of limitation. I declare that divine appointments find me. I walk into prepared blessings. I step into what eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. I am not overlooked. The help I need locates me. The voices I require speak on my behalf. I walk under divine orchestration, and everything works together for my advancement. I affirm that I am rooted in courage. I do not fear the future. I do not run from responsibility. I do not shrink from opportunity. I rise boldly because I know who goes before me. I speak with authority because I know whose word is in my mouth. I act with conviction because I know I am not alone. I am as bold as a lion because I am backed by the Almighty. I am not moved by what I see. I am grounded in what is eternal. I do not define myself by seasons. I define myself by promises. I may pass through fire, but I will not be burned. I may face waves, but I will not drown. It is written, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. I declare that the voice of God is clear to me. I hear him in stillness, in quiet, in whispers, and in the stirrings of my heart. I am not confused about direction. I do not follow the noise of the world. I follow the whispers of the Spirit. I obey swiftly. I follow fully. I trust completely. I declare that my ears are inclined to wisdom and my heart is tuned to divine guidance. I speak fruitfulness over every barren area. What has been stagnant begins to blossom. What has been dry begins to overflow. What seemed lifeless comes alive again. It is written, the wilderness and the dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom like the crocus. I affirm that I carry the blessing of productivity. I am fruitful in mind, fruitful in labor, fruitful in influence. I declare that nothing missing will remain missing. Everything intended for me is finding its way to me. I will not mourn what is yet to come. I rejoice in what is returning. Restoration is my reality. Recovery is my portion. I take back what belongs to me. I declare there is a recompense for everything I've endured. I affirm that I walk with divine immunity. I am protected from what others fear. I am shielded from sudden harm. I do not live in fear of danger. I am surrounded. I am covered. I am preserved. It is written, you shall not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flies by day. My safety is not in places or people. My safety is in the Lord who watches over me. I speak alignment into my environment. I am surrounded by people who lift me, not limit me. I am planted in relationships that sharpen me. I do not dwell where my value is questioned. I am received with honor and treated with dignity. I declare that the wrong voices are removed and the right ones remain. I affirm that divine light surrounds my decisions. I do not make choices based on pressure. I act from revelation. I see beneath the surface. I understand what others miss. I am not swayed by trends or influenced by noise. I wait on God and I act with precision. I declare that every good thing intended for me is being released without delay. I receive the resources, the relationships, the revelations, and the responsibilities assigned to this season. I do not miss divine timing. I do not waste opportunities. I walk in the fullness of what is mine. I affirm that my life speaks without needing to shout. My consistency communicates more than any announcement. My faithfulness is seen by heaven and rewarded in due time. I am not driven by applause. I am motivated by obedience. I am steady, focused, and unmoved by distractions. I declare that my heart is whole. My emotions are anchored. I do not carry hidden pain. I do not live with suppressed wounds. I am healed, inside and out. I declare wholeness over every broken space. I am not defined by trauma. I am not bound by sorrow. I live in the reality of complete restoration. I affirm that I am a vessel of power. I do not lack the strength to overcome. I am equipped for the battles I face. I stand firm in the face of adversity. I am not weary in well-doing. I reap in due time because I do not faint. I declare that perseverance is at work in me, and I keep going when others stop. I declare that I operate under divine arrangement. I am not at the mercy of chance. My days are not random. Every detail of my life is part of a bigger design. Even detours lead to destiny. Even waiting seasons are working for me. I am never lost. I am always led. I affirm that nothing formed against me can stand. I walk in the assurance of divine security. It is written, "No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment you shall condemn." I am not afraid of opposition. I am more than a conqueror. I speak dominion over every situation in my life. I take control of what tries to control me. I master the circumstances, and I reign in spaces that once intimidated me. I speak boldly. I act courageously. I stand unapologetically. I do not bow to fear. I rise in faith. I declare that my life reflects the beauty of obedience. I am aligned with the will of God. I delight in His direction. I walk in His ways. I obey not because I must, but because I trust. My steps are secure. My journey is blessed. My future is preserved. I affirm that my foundation is unshakable. I am built on a rock that cannot be moved. I do not crumble under pressure. I do not break under storms. I am rooted, established, immovable. When the winds blow, I stand. When the waves rise, I stand. When the fire comes, I stand. I declare that I am not the same as I was. I am transformed. I am growing into who I was born to be. I let go of what I was and embrace who I am becoming. My story is unfolding. My identity is solid. My purpose is in motion. It is written, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." I am on a path that only gets brighter. I am not declining. I am not decreasing. I rise. I shine. I thrive. I speak into every moment of my life. I call forth clarity. I call forth provision. I call forth favor. I call forth open doors. I call forth understanding. I declare that my days are not ordinary. My time is not wasted. My life is not random. I am living in a story written by the hand of God. I declare that I have soundness of mind. I am not shaken by fear or overwhelmed by confusion. My thoughts are steady. My convictions are rooted, and I am guided by divine insight. I have clarity in my decisions and discernment in my actions. I am not double-minded. I walk with purpose and direction. I am mentally fortified, spiritually alert, and emotionally whole. I affirm that I am established on a foundation that cannot crumble. My feet are set on solid ground, and my steps are ordered with precision. I do not stumble in darkness, because the path ahead of me is lit. I do not second-guess my placement, because I have been divinely positioned. No force can uproot what God has planted. I declare that I operate in divine timing. I do not move ahead of what has been appointed for me, and I do not lag behind. My seasons are blessed, and my timing aligns with the heavenly clock. I am not rushed. I am not delayed. Everything unfolds for me at the appointed moment. I affirm that I am marked by wisdom. I speak with grace. I listen with understanding. I act with foresight. I am not impulsive. I am intentional. My words build up. My silence is discerning, and my choices bear fruit that lasts. I am not easily deceived, because I am taught by the Spirit. I declare that I am surrounded by favor. I walk into opportunities prepared for me before I arrive. I am remembered for good, welcomed with warmth, and treated with honor. Doors swing open without me pushing, and I gain access without striving. What is meant for me finds me with ease. I affirm that I have supernatural entrance. I am not easily worn down. I do not faint in adversity. My inner strength is constantly renewed. I can press through storms, rise from valleys, and stand firm under pressure. I am not swayed by difficulty, because I have been built to last. I declare that I am fruitful in every endeavor. What I begin, I complete. What I touch multiplies. What I build endures. I do not waste energy on barren pursuits, for my hands are productive and my efforts are divinely guided. I sow with precision and reap with abundance. I affirm that I carry spiritual authority. I am not timid in the face of resistance. I speak, and things align. I command, and things obey. I am not subject to the cycles of defeat, because I have dominion over circumstances. I am seated above limitation, above fear, and above every contrary report. I declare that I am not forgotten. I am seen. I am known, and I am remembered. My name is written in heavenly records, and my life matters. My prayers are heard, my voice is valued, and my presence carries significance. I am not hidden in the background. I am chosen to stand in my rightful place. I affirm that I possess divine creativity. Ideas flow through me. Solutions emerge from me. I am inspired by heaven and fueled by vision. I don't mimic others because I am a source of original expression. I am not barren of imagination. Full rivers of insight flow from within me. I declare that I live in alignment. My thoughts, words, and actions reflect my spiritual identity. I do not live fragmented or divided. I am whole in purpose and united. In focus, I do not contradict myself because I live by conviction, not convenience. I am stable in principle and consistent in direction. I affirm that I am never outnumbered, even if I appear alone. I am surrounded by the invisible host of heaven. I do not fight battles by myself. Angels are assigned to me. Victory has gone before me. The strength backing me is greater than anything opposing me. I declare that my name is associated with righteousness. When I am spoken of, honor follows. I do not carry shame. I do not live under guilt. My past does not stain my present. I have been cleansed, and I walk upright. I carry the mark of integrity and the fragrance of uprightness. I affirm that I am deeply rooted in divine knowledge. I am not tossed about by trends or fads. I do not chase temporary voices. I have insight from above and knowledge that transcends this world. I meditate on eternal truth, and I apply it with confidence and accuracy. I declare that I do not lack perspective. I see beyond the surface. I view challenges through the lens of eternity. I interpret setbacks as setups. I perceive provision in what others call limitation. I recognize God's hand even in the hidden details. My view is lifted, and my sight is sharp. I affirm that I walk in divine alignment. My heart does not chase what will destroy me. My desires are purified. I long for what uplifts and reach for what edifies. I do not pursue vanity or empty gain. I seek what matters and I run after what lasts. I declare that I experience divine restoration. Nothing I have lost is wasted. What was broken is rebuilt stronger. What was stolen is returned with interest. My past pain is transformed into present strength. My tears are seeds, and I now gather the harvest of what I sowed in surrender. I affirm that my words are seasoned with grace. I build and do not break. I speak life and not death. My tongue is not used for gossip or strife. I declare things that edify, and I release blessings when I speak. I do not speak idly. My voice carries weight and wisdom. I declare that I am unstoppable. Obstacles may rise, but I go over them. Delays may come, but I push through them. Opposition may form, but it cannot succeed. My forward motion is ordained. My journey is protected. I have divine propulsion, and I will not be hindered. I affirm that I overflow with understanding. I perceive more than what is spoken. I see patterns others miss. I hear meaning behind words. I understand seasons, people, and directions. My understanding gives me access, and my insight unlocks new dimensions. I declare that I am not limited by background or upbringing. My identity is not defined by where I started. I am elevated by divine calling. My heritage is eternal. I have been adopted into a kingdom that knows no lack and no limitation. I rise, not because of what I've done, but because of who I belong to. I affirm that I rise above weariness. I do not faint under pressure. I do not give in to exhaustion. I receive strength daily. I mount up with wings like eagles. I walk and do not grow tired. My spirit is revived. My soul is replenished. My body aligns with divine strength. I declare that I carry light in dark spaces. My presence shifts atmospheres. My words bring clarity. My spirit carries brightness. Darkness does not intimidate me, because I was made to shine in it. I am not overwhelmed by chaos. I bring order and direction wherever I stand. I affirm that I live from a place of divine confidence. I do not doubt my place. I do not shrink when called. I do not apologize for my authority. I am not arrogant, but I am secure. I speak with assurance, act with courage, and stand with resolve. I know who I am and why I am here. I declare that I am a vessel of divine ideas. I am not void of strategy. I receive blueprints, insights, and steps from above. I don't rely solely on logic. I'm led by revelation. I receive fresh direction when I need it. I'm not stuck. I always know what to do. I affirm that I experience fulfillment. I do not live chasing what I already have in Christ. I am satisfied in purpose, content in calling, and full in identity. I am not empty. I lack nothing within. I am whole, not seeking to be completed, but walking in fullness already given. I declare that my future is secure. I do not fear tomorrow. I do not panic about what lies ahead. My times are in safe hands. My destiny is divinely authored. I will arrive where I am meant to, and I will become all I was formed to be. The end of my journey is already blessed. I affirm that my influence increases. I don't manipulate for recognition. I don't force my way into visibility. I grow in impact quietly and steadily. I rise in favor without striving. What I carry makes room for me. I am entrusted with much because I steward well. I declare that I have access to divine strength at all times. I draw from a well that never runs dry. I don't collapse under stress. I stand firm in storms. I endure without breaking. It is written, the Lord will give strength to his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. I affirm that I prosper in ways that last. My success is not hollow. My growth is not a facade. I build what will not collapse. I create what endures. I gather what has eternal worth. I do not pursue the shallow. I invest in what matters most. I declare that my life is a testimony in progress. Every chapter is significant. Every detour has meaning. Every trial shapes me. I am not a victim of circumstance. I am a vessel of purpose. It is written, the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. I affirm that I rise daily with new strength, and I sleep with divine rest. My nights are undisturbed. My sleep is sweet. My mind is calm, and my dreams are peaceful. I do not carry anxiety into my rest. I wake up ready, recharged, and renewed. I declare that I carry discernment that cannot be deceived. I detect what's hidden. I avoid pitfalls. I recognize what's not said. My decisions are not made in haste or emotion. I am not swayed by appearance. It is written, "He will guide you into all truth." I affirm that I am prepared for every assignment. Nothing catches me unready. I am equipped for what's ahead. I am resourced for the mission. I am trained in the unseen and launched with power. My life is a prepared arrow released in perfect timing. I am a living testimony of the wisdom of God. I walk with insight beyond my years. I discern what others cannot see. My decisions are rooted in divine understanding. I am not swayed by confusion or distractions. I see clearly the path that has been laid before me. My steps are ordered by the Lord, and I walk with precision. I am not a wanderer. I am guided. I am not unsure. I am confident in the direction I take. My heart is filled with spiritual discernment. I am sharp, aware, and alert. I speak with insight, and I listen with spiritual sensitivity. I am kept from every form of error. I do not fall into deception. I walk in alignment with God's will for my life. My thoughts are aligned with His direction. I am not tossed by every idea. I am anchored in the counsel of God. I am instructed from above. I carry understanding that leads to solutions. I am sought out for answers because I carry wisdom. I speak with clarity. I respond with depth. I interpret situations with insight. It is written, "He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly." I am not a victim of ignorance. I know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. I receive ideas birthed from the mind of Christ. I am inspired to build what has never been built. I am equipped to create what has not been seen. I function with divine brilliance. I am not ordinary. I am intellectually and spiritually empowered. My thoughts are elevated. My mind is sharp. My understanding is fruitful. One dwell in the covering of the Almighty. I am not vulnerable to harm. I am protected from sudden destruction. I am insulated by the power of the Lord. No trap laid against me will succeed. I escape every ambush. I am preserved in my going out and my coming in. I am not a statistic. I am a preserved one. I am safe under divine shadow. I move in safety. I sleep in safety. I rise in safety. No calamity will catch me unaware. The Lord keeps watch over me continually. It is written, "The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them." I am strong in the face of adversity. I do not crumble under pressure. I am not intimidated by trials. I do not break when others fall. I carry endurance that defies odds. I withstand storms because the rock supports me. My faith stands tall. I am unmovable in my conviction. I rise above what was meant to crush me. I grow stronger with every test. I am unshaken in the face of resistance. I do not draw back. I do not shrink. I endure and I conquer. I am equipped with resilience. I bounce back stronger every time. I recover from every setback. I am not buried by pain. I am lifted above affliction. My scars are proof of my victory. I am not defeated. I am refined. My endurance is not natural, it is divine. The Lord upholds me with his mighty hand. I am an agent of reconciliation. I walk in the ministry of restoration. I bring healing to broken places. My words repair what is fractured. My presence is a channel of peace. I speak healing. I build bridges, not walls. I reconcile hearts to their Creator. I am a vessel of unity. Where there was division, I plant peace. Where there was pain, I pour comfort. I am a restorer of paths. I carry the oil that soothes wounds. It is written, and all things are of God, who hath reconciled us to himself by Jesus Christ, and hath given to us the ministry of reconciliation. I am a voice that speaks clarity where there is noise. I do not echo the world. I declare the word. I speak words that carry divine weight. My declarations shift atmospheres. My speech breaks the silence of hopelessness. I am not silent when truth must be spoken. I do not murmur, I declare. I do not gossip, I uplift. My words carry heaven's assignment. I speak with authority. My voice is not ignored. It is filled with the power of the Spirit. I am a builder of destiny. I lay foundations through faith. I plant seeds that will bloom in future generations. I am not short-sighted. I see far into what God is constructing through me. I build not for applause, but for legacy. I am intentional with my life. I invest in eternity with every action. I am part of something eternal. My contribution is valuable. I build what pleases the Father. I am governed by righteousness. My choices reflect the nature of Christ. I do not yield to compromise. I stand for what is right, even when it costs me. My path is one of integrity. My motives are pure. My dealings are upright. I represent the kingdom in all I do. I do not bend under pressure. I do not cheat. I do not lie. I do not manipulate. I am honest in my work. I am sincere in my dealings. I walk in clean hands and a pure heart. I am a carrier of light. I bring brightness where there is gloom. I radiate divine illumination. I am not hidden. I am not dull. I shine with purpose. I am visible for the glory of God. My life draws attention not to me, but to Him who lives in me. I light up environments. I awaken what is asleep. I stir hunger in others for truth. I illuminate minds and lift burdens. I am placed high, not buried low. I am not meant to blend in, I am meant to stand out. I am a steward of time. I do not waste my days. I number my moments with wisdom. I redeem the time because the days are precious. I do not procrastinate. I act with urgency. I am not idle. I do not delay obedience. I move at the prompting of the Spirit. I fulfill each assignment at the appointed hour. I do not miss seasons. I am aligned with divine timing. I seize opportunities with boldness. I walk in step with eternity. It is written, "So teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." I am fruitful in every season. I do not wither in drought. My roots run deep. I produce in and out of season. My results do not depend on external conditions. I am planted by streams that never dry. My life yields consistently. I overflow with substance. My fruit remains. I am not barren. I do not waste my efforts. I see returns on my obedience. I am productive in thought, in word, and in deed. I am aligned with heaven's rhythm. I do not run ahead of God. I do not lag behind. I am in sync with His heartbeat. I move in harmony with His plan. I do not strive to make things happen. I rest in His orchestration. I trust His pace. I rely on His promptings. I am not pressured by people. I am not hurried by fear. I rest in His guidance and I walk with precision. I am planted in spiritual authority. I am not a wanderer. I am submitted to the voice of God. I do not live by impulse, but by instruction. I honor divine leadership. I listen to counsel. I walk in accountability. I am not rebellious. I do not act alone. I walk in spiritual covering. I am not exposed to spiritual harm. I am surrounded by intercession. I thrive under godly authority. It is written, "Obey them that have the rule over you, and submit yourselves, for they watch for your souls." I am a man of the word. I feast daily on the scriptures. The word is my compass. I do not live by opinion, I live by revelation. I study to show myself approved. I do not ignore the voice of the word. I meditate on it day and night. I apply it in my choices. I carry it in my heart. I speak it in my mouth. The word transforms me. The word corrects me. The word anchors me. I live by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. I am trained by the Spirit. I am taught in the secret place. I am refined in silence. I am molded in surrender. I am shaped by the fire of obedience. I do not resist the process. I do not despise discipline. I embrace correction. I welcome pruning. I grow deeper through testing. I am not offended by truth. I rejoice in refinement. The Holy Spirit is my teacher. I am daily becoming who I was created to be. I am surrounded by favor that cannot be explained. Doors open without struggle. Opportunities locate me by divine arrangement. I am remembered in high places. I am considered when decisions are made. I am brought before kings. I do not chase after validation. I walk in divine recognition. What is mine will not be denied. I do not force what God has already prepared. I step into rooms that were set aside for me. It is written, "For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield." I am established in stability. I am not easily swayed. I do not crumble when things shift. I do not panic in uncertainty. I am anchored. My roots hold firm. I do not fear sudden change. I do not dread tomorrow. My foundation is unshakable. I am consistent. I do not fluctuate. My convictions are rooted. My faith is steady. I stand when others fall. I endure through the shaking. I remain because I am built on the rock. I walk in divine precision, for I am established in the counsel of the Almighty. My steps are ordered beyond my understanding, and I shall not falter nor be led astray. I am a vessel prepared for excellence, and I execute assignments with supernatural accuracy. I do not miss appointed times. I do not miss moments of divine intervention. I am aligned with the plans of heaven. I declare I have eyes that see what others overlook, ears that catch what is whispered from heaven, and a heart that responds without hesitation. I am not tossed by distraction. I am rooted in clarity. I operate with the wisdom that confounds the intellect of the world. I am not limited to human logic, for I draw from the mind of Christ. I declare my strategies are born from divine insight, and I implement ideas that bring transformation. I am not guessing. I am guided. I am not stumbling. I am steady. I am not anxious. I am anchored. I speak divine intelligence over my thoughts. I speak clarity over every decision. I speak accuracy over every endeavor. I am a living example of heaven's wisdom manifesting on earth. My hands are trained for success. They build, plant, restore, and repair. My hands do not fumble what has been entrusted to me. I do not drop divine opportunities. I do not waste what heaven has invested in me. What I touch multiplies. What I handle prospers. What I lift is raised. I declare that I am skilled in every season. I am not obsolete. I am not irrelevant. I am always prepared for what is required of me. I am never behind. I function in divine rhythm. I call forth the resources assigned to my journey. I do not walk in lack. I do not operate in shortage. I do not beg for help. All I need is being added to me in real time. Connections are made. Provisions are released. Doors are unlocked. Solutions are delivered. I am a magnet for divine partnerships. I attract those who carry what complements my calling. I declare that I am not alone in my assignments. I am supported by heaven and helped by those whom God has prepared for my path. I rise above every limiting cycle. I break free from patterns that keep me stuck. I overcome invisible boundaries. I speak disruption over stagnation. I reject cycles of delay. I reject systems of confusion. I am progressing with force. I am accelerating with purpose. I declare I will not stay where life tried to trap me. I am moving into divine enlargement. My borders are expanding. My reach is stretching. My influence is increasing. What held me yesterday can no longer restrain me. I am immune to deception. I am not seduced by false light. I am not fooled by imitation. I declare my discernment is sharp. My spirit identifies what words conceal. My soul is guarded from manipulation. I will not be swayed by emotional appeals. I will not be lured by hollow promises. I walk in the light of truth, and I recognize the voice of my shepherd. I am unshakable in my convictions. I am not double-minded. I am not unstable. I am grounded in spiritual accuracy. I declare I am a carrier of answers. I do not add to confusion. I bring divine solutions. I do not echo fear. I declare the will of God. I am not intimidated by problems. I am equipped to solve them. I rise with revelation. I speak with authority. I release wisdom that restructures broken systems. I bring clarity where there is fog. I bring order where there is chaos. I bring calm where there is panic. I am a peacemaker by design. I release the atmosphere of heaven wherever I go. I am not forgotten. I am not hidden. I am not ignored. My voice carries weight. My presence carries influence. I declare that heaven remembers my prayers. Earth acknowledges my authority. Hell recognizes my power. I am not passive. I am not idle. I am not insignificant. I am fully known by God and intentionally placed by Him. I matter to His plan. I am visible to His purpose. I am central to His design. Nothing about my existence is accidental. I speak wholeness over my entire being. My spirit is aligned. My soul is restored. My body is strengthened. My mind is settled. I walk in total stability. There is no fracture in my identity. There is no break in my confidence. There is no doubt. In my assignment, I am made whole by divine design. I am not trying to become. I already am. I don't live in pursuit of validation. I live from the place of already being affirmed by heaven. I will not be silenced by opposition. I will not be reduced by resistance. I will not be slowed by warfare. I am built for battles I didn't choose. I overcome threats I didn't expect. I am victorious even in unfamiliar terrain. I am strengthened in every confrontation. I declare, that my faith speaks louder than my fears. My praise rises above every storm. My declarations shatter the plans of darkness. My agreement with God is louder than the enemy's accusations. I move in divine confidence. I speak without hesitation. I act without fear. I trust without doubt. I do not walk in timidity. I do not shrink when challenged. I do not retreat under pressure. I rise. I advance. I conquer. I am not built to break. I am not designed to fail. I am fashioned by God for strength. My courage is not optional, it is my portion. I speak fearlessness into every area of my life. I live boldly, lead boldly, and love boldly. It is written, He will give strength to His people. The Lord will bless His people with peace. It is written, the Lord is near to all who call upon Him, to all who call upon Him in truth. It is written, the righteous cry out, and the Lord hears, and delivers them out of all their troubles. It is written, the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. It is written, He who calls you is faithful, who also will do it. I do not delay obedience. I act when God speaks. I follow the first instruction. I do not hesitate in uncertainty. I move with resolve. I obey even when it costs me. I trust the outcome to God. I do not need to understand the full picture to follow the voice of the one who sees all. I am quick to respond. I am eager to act. I am consistent in following. I do not waver between choices. I do not analyze myself into paralysis. I move in faith. My identity is sealed. My calling is clear. My path is unfolding. My favor is intact. I walk in divine validation. I am not what others label me. I am what heaven calls me. I reject false narratives. I refuse imposed limitations. I embrace my divine name. I rise in my full identity. I do not settle beneath my calling. I do not compromise to fit into boxes I was never designed for. I stand tall in my calling. I stand firm in my place. I declare I am fruitful in every season. I bear fruit in dry times. I produce in stormy places. I multiply in the wilderness. I am not limited by external conditions. My supply comes from an internal well that does not run dry. I do not wither. I do not fade. I do not stall. I keep blooming. I keep thriving. I keep growing. I am connected to the vine, and I bear fruit that remains. I am not afraid of tomorrow. I am not burdened by the unknown. I am not bound by what-ifs. I declare that my future is secure. My destiny is unfolding exactly as planned. I do not fear sudden change. I am stable even when surroundings shift. I trust the one who already occupies my future. I do not brace for impact. I stand ready for breakthrough. I declare that my lineage is blessed. My seed is secure. My legacy is intentional. What I build will last. What I release will endure. What I birth will speak long after I'm gone. I am not living for applause, I am living for eternal impact. I sow with precision. I plant with foresight. I water with faith. My harvest is multiplied by the hand of God. I declare continuity over every assignment. I declare preservation over every divine investment. I rise above every accusation. I rise above every label. I rise above every misjudgment. I am not who they think I am, who he says. My name is written in the heavens. My path is carved in his will. My life is a message of redemption. I am not held by my history. I am launched by my future. I am not confined to where I've been. I am propelled by where I'm going. No chain from the past has authority to bind my today. I declare I am victorious in silence and in sound. When I speak, I declare divine will. When I'm quiet, I abide in divine wisdom. My silence is not weakness, it is strength under control. My words are not random, they are weapons forged by heaven. I speak intentionally. I listen deeply. I wait wisely. I respond righteously. I am a steward of communication. I do not speak death over destiny. I declare life over every purpose tied to me. It is written, those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken, but endures forever. It is written, the Lord upholds all who fall, and lifts up all who are bowed down. It is written, the Lord will perfect that which concerns me. Your mercy endures forever. It is written, he gives power to the weak, and to those who have no might he increases strength. It is written, they looked to him and were radiant, and their faces were not ashamed. I stand in full authority. I occupy what belongs to me. I protect what was given to me. I advance into what was promised to me. One, defend my territory with spiritual vigilance. I do not forfeit my inheritance. I do not retreat from my portion. I do not sleep on my responsibility. I am awake. I am alert. I am aware. I guard what God has placed in my hands with reverence and resolve. I do not imitate others to find worth. I am uniquely crafted. I am fearfully formed. I am intentionally wired. I do not envy paths that are not mine. I do not chase assignments not authored for me. I honor what God gave me. I celebrate what He gave others. I walk my lane with courage. I pursue my calling with dignity. I live from divine originality. I serve with authentic passion. I am consistent even when I am unseen. I am faithful even when it feels unnoticed. I am diligent even when there is no applause. I do not serve for validation. I serve from overflow. I am loyal to the mission regardless of attention. I do not seek spotlight. I seek obedience. I do not quit when it's quiet. I remain steadfast until the appointed time. I declare that every hidden seed will produce open reward. I serve heaven's timetable, not man's opinion. I declare that I walk in divine originality. I am not a copy. I am handcrafted by the hand of the Creator with intention and clarity. I carry the imprint of heavenly design, and I am equipped for distinctiveness in all my ways. I will never be hidden or overlooked, for I carry the light of the kingdom. My presence carries purpose, my steps are intentional, and my voice is anointed for impact. I am not lost in the crowd. I am called by name and sent with authority. I affirm that my spiritual senses are sharpened. I perceive what others miss, because my discernment is awakened by divine wisdom. I see beyond appearances. I hear beyond noise. I perceive what the Spirit reveals. My insight is not natural, but supernatural, and I am never confused or misled because I walk in alignment with divine understanding. My eyes are clear, my ears are attentive, and my spirit is alert. I am seated in heavenly places far above any dominion that seeks to rise against me. I function from authority, not from fear. I make declarations with boldness because I know who backs me. My words are not empty, they carry divine weight. My prayers are not scattered, they are strategic and targeted. My decrees shape my day and unlock doors for my future. I operate in divine command, and everything aligns with the voice of my spirit. I affirm that I walk in supernatural preparedness. I am never caught off guard, never unarmed. I carry the tools of victory every day. I am fully clothed in spiritual armor, not lacking anything. My mind is guarded, my heart is shielded, and my pathway is ordered. I do not wait for trouble to prepare. I remain ready in and out of season. I am anointed for multiplication. What is placed in my hands grows. I am not limited by natural metrics because I operate by divine increase. What I touch receives acceleration. What I plant brings forth harvest. What I build stands firm. There is no barrenness in my labor, no fruitlessness in my efforts. Everything around me expands because I carry the DNA of productivity. I declare that I am a carrier of divine patterns. I do not guess my way forward. I move with blueprints revealed by the Spirit. I walk in precision, not assumption. My plans are established by the Lord, and I do not lean on my own understanding. I walk in pathways hidden from the ways of this world, because I am taught of God. My strategies are heaven-born, and they never fail. I affirm that I cannot be displaced. My territory is marked by covenant, not by chance. What is mine cannot be stolen. What is assigned cannot be denied. I occupy my portion without fear of loss. My borders are secure. My position is stable, and my inheritance is guarded by divine hands. I do not live in fear of eviction. because my space is sustained by the Word. I declare that my journey is marked by forward movement. I am not stuck, delayed, or stagnant. Every day brings momentum. Every step I take breaks limitations. I move by grace, and I advance by revelation. I am not circling old paths. I am breaking into new spaces. I go from level to level, and my life speaks of progress that only God can produce. I affirm that I attract divine relationships. I am not surrounded by confusion, but by covenant alignments. I attract the right voices, the right help, and the right partnerships. I am never isolated when I need agreement. I am surrounded with those who sharpen, build, and uphold. My circle is not chaotic. It is curated by heaven. I reject every distraction disguised as connection. I declare that I stand in relentless stability. The winds may blow and the seasons may shift, but I am grounded. My foundation is unshakable. I am not tossed by opinions or weakened by pressures. I do not collapse under weight because I am built on the rock. I am unmovable, rooted in conviction and anchored in revelation. My faith is firm and my stand is bold. I affirm that I live a life of divine compensation. What I lose is restored. What is delayed is returned with increase. I do not mourn without comfort, and I do not sow without harvest. Heaven keeps account, and nothing is forgotten. My reward comes from above, and I am never shortchanged. The years I thought were wasted are being rewritten with glory. I declare that I walk in divine recall. I remember what God has said, and I do not forget His promises. My memory is sanctified, and my mind retains instruction. I do not let go of vision, and I do not abandon assignments. I am not distracted or forgetful. I am consistent and attentive. I carry the fire of obedience, and I follow through to the end. I affirm that I am a vessel of precision. I do not operate in confusion. I speak what the Lord says. I move when He leads, and I act when He commands. I am accurate in my assignments and faithful in the details. I do not miss divine timings, and I do not ignore spiritual nudges. I am yielded, responsive, and obedient in every way. I declare that I move in unprecedented favor. Doors open without effort, and pathways are made straight before me. I walk into rooms I did not lobby for, and I receive approvals I did not pursue. I am remembered, chosen, and elevated in ways that confound human logic. I am marked for undeniable access, and no protocol can block my entrance. I affirm that my voice is necessary. I do not shrink. I do not silence myself. I have something to say that changes atmospheres. My words are not random. They carry solutions. I am bold, articulate, and impactful. I speak not just to be heard, but to bring change. My voice unlocks others and stirs destiny in listeners. I speak with clarity, power, and purpose. I declare that I do not miss my moments. I do not procrastinate. I do not delay obedience. I rise early and move when the cloud moves. I recognize divine instructions and I respond without hesitation. I am always in sync with heaven's schedule, and I do not lose time. I am not behind. I am right on time. I affirm that I carry the oil of continuity. I start strong and I finish well. I do not abandon what I begin. I see things through. My projects do not collapse midway. My momentum does not fizzle out. My consistency is supernatural. I complete every divine assignment because I am strengthened beyond natural capacity. I am sustained by eternal energy. I declare that I am never stranded. I have options. I have solutions. I have divine help. I do not panic because provision meets me on the journey. What I need arrives before the need arises. I am never helpless or hopeless. The Lord makes a way where there seems to be none, and I walk in divine logistics. I affirm that my environment is subject to me. I do not adapt to dysfunction. I bring transformation. Wherever I dwell is blessed. I sanctify spaces, shift atmospheres, and establish order. I do not tolerate what is misaligned. I correct it by the Spirit. I govern with spiritual authority, and nothing around me remains the same. I declare that I walk in divine reinforcement. I am not alone in battle. I have angelic escorts, spiritual backers, and divine covering. I do not fight in the flesh, and I do not lose ground. I am backed by heaven's hosts, and every opposition crumbles before me. Victory is my daily experience. I win without striving, because I am not fighting alone. I affirm that I am fertile with ideas. My mind is rich with inspiration, insight, and revelation. I never run dry of creativity. I carry fresh downloads and innovative strategies. My intellect is sanctified and my thoughts are shaped by the Spirit. I solve problems, I pioneer new things, and I bring solutions to every space I enter. I declare that I am not reactive but proactive. I move with foresight. I am not caught in cycles of damage control. I prepare ahead. I act early. I anticipate change. I lead by insight, and I move ahead of the curve. I am not a follower of trends. I am a trailblazer led by revelation. I affirm that my time is redeemed. No moment is wasted. No hour is idle. My time is purposeful and impactful. I manage my days with divine wisdom. I do not squander opportunities. I do not entertain distractions. I live with urgency and focus. I value what God has entrusted to me, and I multiply my hours. I declare that I move in divine distinction. I do not blend in. I stand out. I am not hidden among the average. I am marked for visibility. My results announce me. My fruit testifies of divine backing. I do not need validation to be confident. I shine without apology because I reflect the one who sent me. I affirm that I cannot be manipulated. My spirit is alert. I am not deceived by smooth words or false promises. I operate with spiritual discernment. I test every spirit and weigh every word. I am not gullible or naive. I move with holy caution and divine sensitivity. My trust is anchored in God alone. I am not closed off from divine resources. The windows of heaven are open over me, and blessings pour out continually. I live in overflow, not in scarcity. I have more than enough to fulfill my calling, bless others, and glorify God in all things. It is written, "You crown the year with your bounty, and your carts overflow with abundance." It is written, "He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning." It is written, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." It is written, "The sovereign Lord helps me. I will not be disgraced, therefore have I set my face like flint." It is written, "The lions may grow weak and hungry, but those who seek the Lord lack no good thing." It is written, "He will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." It is written, "Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him." It is written, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and he will establish your plans." It is written, "In quietness and trust is your strength." It is written, "You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy." I am a citizen of heaven, and my name is written in the book of life. I walk in the confidence that I am known and chosen. I stand in the certainty that my life is hidden with Christ in God. I declare that I am not forsaken, not overlooked, not discarded. I am held in the palm of the Lord's hand, and I will not be shaken. I affirm that no shadow can drown out the light that dwells within me. I have been called by a name that cannot be erased. I am a living stone, built into a spiritual house. I am clothed with power from on high, and I rise daily with purpose and strength. I have the mind of Christ, and I walk in divine insight. My thoughts are aligned with righteousness. My meditations are set on what pleases the Lord. I do not entertain fear or confusion. I am not double-minded. I am stable in all I do. I declare that my words carry weight because they are seasoned with wisdom and filled with life. I do not speak in vain. I speak with clarity, backed by the Spirit. My speech brings healing, not harm. My declarations bear fruit in due season. I affirm that I have been given the tongue of the learned to speak encouragement to the weary. I declare I will not be silenced by discouragement, nor overwhelmed by the noise around me. I am not forgotten in the wilderness, not lost in the waiting, not trapped by what was. I declare I am advancing. I am being led by the voice that calls out from eternity. I walk forward, not by sight, but by divine instruction. I declare that closed doors are not my limitation. They are redirections into what was prepared for me. I affirm that detours are not denials. I am equipped for transitions. It is written, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." I declare that the light within me increases day by day. I shine not because of status or success, but because the Spirit breathes through me. I am a vessel of eternal light. I am not consumed by temporary trouble. I affirm that pressure does not define me, it refines me. Trials do not defeat me, they train me. Every difficulty I endure becomes a platform for divine intervention. I am anointed for solutions. I declare that wisdom flows through me like a river. I am not puzzled by life's complexity. I carry answers from above. My discernment is sharp. My perception is clear. My judgment is sound. I do not walk in ignorance. I declare that I will know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. I am not led by impulse, but by insight. It is written, "Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." I affirm that revelation is my inheritance. I do not operate in the dark. I am given insight beyond my years, understanding beyond my background. I am not limited by what I was taught or by what I have seen. I declare that hidden things are being unveiled to me. The mysteries of the Lord are my portion. I will not stumble in confusion. I will walk in light. I affirm that I am surrounded by angelic protection. I am not outnumbered. I am backed by the armies of heaven. I am covered from behind and guarded in front. I declare that I will not fall into traps laid by the enemy. I am preserved, shielded, and surrounded. I will not be caught unaware. I will not be lured into deception. I am fortified with truth and kept in perfect security. It is written, "The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them." I declare that the Lord is my stronghold, my refuge, and my covering. I do not dwell in fear of what might come. I walk in assurance of who goes before me. I am bold, not brash. I am confident, not careless. I affirm that nothing can snatch me out of his hand. My footing is sure, and my foundation is unshakable. I declare that divine order governs my time, my efforts, and my plans. I do not waste years in delay or confusion. I am aligned with the seasons of the Spirit. My calendar is not ruled by chance, but by destiny. I affirm that I am not behind schedule. I am right where I need to be. Every day brings progress. Every hour carries promise. Every moment is pregnant with purpose. I do not labor in vain. I affirm that my work is blessed. I am fruitful in every good endeavor. I declare that my hands are not idle, but productive. What I build will stand. What I plant will grow. What I release will multiply. I am not barren. I am not stuck. I am not forgotten in the field. I am flourishing. It is written, "Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked. Whatever they do prospers." I declare that prosperity is not just about wealth, it is about impact, influence, and increase in all things good. I affirm that I prosper in relationships, in assignments, in spiritual insight, in strength. I lack no good thing. I am not scraping by, I am stewarding overflow. I declare that I have more than enough for every good work. I walk in rest without laziness and diligence without burnout. I affirm that I am balanced and led. I do not live under pressure, I move with precision. I declare that divine strategy is my portion. I make sound decisions and execute with excellence. I am not swayed by emotions, but guided by wisdom. It is written, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans." I declare that my plans are not fragile, they are built on rock. My steps are not random, they are appointed. My choices are not guesswork, they are inspired. I will not miss the way. I affirm that I am not aimless. I am not chasing shadows. I am anchored to purpose. I am rooted in eternity. I declare that I will not be disqualified. I affirm that I finish what I start. I do not abandon assignments. I complete my course. I cross the finish line with strength. I declare that I am being renewed day by day. My youth is renewed like the eagles. I am not deteriorating, I am being transformed. It is written, "Even to your old age and grey hairs, I am He. I am He who will sustain you." I affirm that I am not sustained by effort, but by grace. I am not surviving, I am soaring. I do not dwell in past mistakes. I live in forward momentum. I do not rehearse regret. I cultivate hope. My past does not define me. My calling defines me. My history is not my destiny. I declare that I am known in heaven and recognized in the Spirit. I am not anonymous in the realm of the divine. I have rank and placement. I have a seat at the table. I carry spiritual authority. I speak and it is established, because I speak in line with the will of God. I affirm that I am not silent in the battle. I declare victory before the war begins. I affirm that I am made new daily. My identity is not found in performance, but in the one who called me. I declare I am unshaken by criticism, unmoved by opposition. I am not here to impress, I am here to fulfill. I carry a holy assignment, and I will not abandon it. It is written, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you, so that you might go and bear fruit that will last." I declare that what I build will not collapse. What I release will not fade. What I steward will not spoil. I declare I am surrounded by favor as a shield. I walk in uncommon opportunities. I step through open doors. I move in prepared places. I do not chase affirmation, I walk in the authority already given to me. I affirm that divine help is always present. I will never be without support. I declare I am backed by heaven's host, aided by unseen hands, lifted in times of strain. I affirm I will not quit. I will not waver. I will not shrink. I rise, I build, I move forward, I fulfill. It is written, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. I declare I will not walk alone. I will not run without strength. I will not cry without comfort. I will not work without reward. I am upheld. I am kept. I am established. I affirm that every good word spoken over me will come to pass. I do not cancel my calling, I complete it. I do not waste my portion, I multiply it. I do not fear the future, I lean into it. I declare I am a reflection of God's craftsmanship. I am a divine design, formed for good works. I am not an accident. I am not ordinary. I am the expression of eternal creativity. I affirm that I walk in the fullness of what I carry. I release every gift with confidence. I bury nothing. I hide nothing. I waste nothing. I am secured in the everlasting covenant of the Most High. I stand anchored in the eternal promises of my Maker, and nothing can tear me from His hand. I rise daily clothed with divine confidence. I am authorized by heaven to walk boldly, to speak life, to cast down every lie, and to advance without fear. I am not limited by what I see. I am governed by what has been spoken over me in eternity. I carry the weight of divine purpose in my spirit, and I live each day aligned with the agenda of heaven. I am established in strength that cannot be shaken. I am shielded by the hand of God, and I tread upon pathways that have been made straight before me. I am not moved by adversity, because my foundation is built on the rock. I declare that I operate with insight and perception that come from the Spirit of God. My judgment is sharpened, and I discern what others overlook. I do not wander in confusion, for I am led by the one who goes before me. It is written, He only is my rock and my salvation. He is my defense. I shall not be greatly moved. It is written, You will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. It is written, The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. I am lifted above cycles that have trapped generations. I move beyond every limitation that tried to hold me. What once held me captive is now under my feet. I am rising beyond ordinary patterns into a place of supernatural function. I am a breaker, opening new realms for those behind me. I declare that my path is illuminated, and I walk in dimensions of favor unknown to my predecessors. I am not a prisoner of history, I am a carrier of destiny. I speak life into every dormant assignment within me. I revive dreams buried under years of fear and neglect. I call forth everything God placed in me before the foundation of the world. I refuse to live beneath my calling. I refuse to die with unused potential. I will leave nothing undone. Every gift, every ability, every mantle will find full expression in my life. I will pour out all I have been given. I am fruitful in every season. I do not operate in barrenness. I am not waiting to be chosen. I have already been appointed. I have nothing to prove and no need to compete. I operate from identity, not insecurity. I am whole in Him. I declare that I am daily becoming the full expression of what God imagined when He created me. I am unfolding into my divine image. I am shedding layers of false identity and embracing the fullness of my design. It is written, "Before I formed you in the womb I knew you. Before you were born I sanctified you." It is written, "I have made you a fortified city and an iron pillar, and bronze walls against the whole land." It is written, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" I declare that my influence is increasing. I am expanding to the left and to the right. I will not shrink to make others comfortable. I walk in bold dominion. I speak with weight. I move with presence. I am a voice, not an echo. I do not mimic, I manifest. I am backed by heaven, and I am heard on earth. Doors open when I approach. Favor flows in my direction. Systems adjust to make room for me. I do not beg for access, I possess it. I do not force connection, I attract what aligns. My steps are ordered. I am not lost or wandering. Every move I make is under divine guidance. I do not settle where I was not assigned. I will not make homes in temporary places. I follow the cloud. I walk with precision. I am not aimless, I am an arrow sent from heaven, and I will hit my target. Delay is not denial, and I do not interpret waiting as rejection. I am being prepared for the weight of what I've been assigned. I reject every voice that contradicts what God has declared. I do not entertain doubt. I silence accusation. I cancel every spoken curse. I render every false word powerless. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against me in judgment is condemned. I walk in the confidence that God fights for me. It is written, "The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace." It is written, "No evil shall befall you, nor shall any plague come near your dwelling." It is written, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of His bounty, to bless all the work of your hands." I do not fear transition. I do not dread change. I evolve with divine timing. I embrace the new with wisdom. I let go of the old without regret. I declare that endings are not punishments. They are invitations to elevation. I am being pruned for greater fruit. I do not mourn over what has been removed. I celebrate what is about to be revealed. I declare I am not stuck. I am progressing. I affirm that I am not forsaken. I am not overlooked. Heaven sees me. Angels encamp around me. My steps are watched by the King of Glory. I am treasured. I am preserved. I am covered. I am not naked, I am clothed with righteousness. I wear strength like a garment. I move with grace under pressure. I grow in hidden places. I mature in silence. I blossom in dark seasons. It is written, the righteous will flourish like a palm tree. They will grow like a cedar of Lebanon. It is written, your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it. It is written, he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. I am not defined by opinions. I am not shaped by failure. I am not measured by the past. I am formed by the Word. I am sculpted by the Spirit. I declare that I am increasing in wisdom, maturing in stature, advancing in favor. I do not regress. I am not shrinking. I move forward. I build, I plant, I multiply. I do not scatter what I've been given, I steward it well. I am trusted with much, and I handle it with honor. I affirm that I am not just enduring, I am thriving. I am not barely surviving, I am overflowing. My hands are not empty, they are full of divine tools. I do not waste my time, I invest it wisely. I build with clarity and conviction. My hands are blessed. What I touch will not decay, it will flourish. What I start, I finish. What I carry, I birth. I will not miscarry purpose. I rise above weariness. I ascend beyond fatigue. I run and do not grow weary. I walk and do not faint. I draw strength from the well that never runs dry. My energy is renewed like the eagle. I am not drained, I am recharged. I do not collapse under pressure, I rise above it. I do not burn out, I burn brighter. It is written, those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken but endures forever. It is written, you crown the year with your goodness, and your paths drip with abundance. It is written, out of his fullness we have all received grace in place of grace already given. I am a carrier of divine insight. I do not operate in ignorance. I speak with accuracy. I interpret times and seasons correctly. I move in rhythm with eternity. I am not late. I am not early. I arrive when I'm called. I don't miss appointments that belong to me. I am in sync with divine timetables. I do not chase what God has not given me. I do not long for what is not mine. I rest in divine allocation. I declare that I am content, but not complacent. I'm hungry for more, but not desperate. I move in balance. I remain steady. I am not anxious, I am assured. I do not panic, I trust. My emotions are anchored. My mind is calm. My heart is guarded. I am not defeated, I am empowered. I'm not broken, I'm built. I'm not abandoned, I'm adopted. I'm not forgotten, I'm formed. I am a living testament to the power of God. I am proof that God redeems, rebuilds, restores, and resurrects. I am walking evidence of His glory. I reflect His power, radiate His character, and release His fragrance everywhere I go. My life points upward. I am forged in divine fire, refined in the hidden places, and prepared for exploits no eye has seen. I carry wisdom that surpasses time, deposited in me by the One who sees the end from the beginning. I am not a reaction, I am a response. From heaven, I have been sent as a solution into spaces crying out for insight, direction, and vision. I walk with instructions etched into my spirit. I carry maps others do not see. I am not scattered, I am aligned. The mind of the Lord has been made available to me, and I function with intelligence born of revelation. I build structures that last. I create systems that bring order. I think beyond limitations and solve problems beyond my natural training. I am a vessel of divine innovation. I receive blueprints during quiet moments. I birth strategies through stillness. I do not mimic patterns, I initiate them. It is written, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our children forever. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. It is written, He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. I declare that I am steady in vision. I am not pulled in many directions. I am not distracted by popularity, nor confused by many voices. My ears are attuned to the whisper of the Spirit. My eyes remain fixed on my assignment. I am unshaken in my pursuit. I am consistent in what matters. I build slowly if I must, but I never build shallow. I dig deep foundations and refuse temporary glory. What I construct will outlive trends and endure through storms. My words carry impact. They do not return void. I speak what builds, what lifts, what breaks through hardened hearts. My voice is tuned to healing, and my tongue releases strength. I speak from rootedness, not insecurity. I do not echo the noise, I release sound. My words create, restore, and direct. I do not speak carelessly. I weigh my sentences with eternal value. My language is a river of wisdom, not a trickle of emotion. I am surrounded by appointments I did not orchestrate. Opportunities chase me that I did not manufacture. Rooms are prepared for me before I arrive. Hearts are stirred in my favor without my effort. Where others strive, I am sustained. Where others hustle, I remain in rhythm. I am not in a race, I am in a flow. I advance not by force, but by favor I didn't beg for. It is written, the Lord will make you the head, not the tail. If you pay attention, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom. It is written, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. It is written, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. I am not afraid of weighty responsibilities. I carry what others consider heavy with ease, because I move with grace. I do not shrink from responsibility, I embrace it. I understand timing, and I understand seasons. I rise when it's time to rise. I withdraw when it's time to be hidden. I do not fight for visibility. I allow God to reveal what He has refined. I am not addicted to applause, I am committed to purpose. I affirm that I thrive in challenges. I grow in resistance. I flourish in unfamiliar terrain. I am not intimidated by the unknown. I explore it with boldness. I uncover treasure in overlooked places. I find richness in spaces others ignore. I am an excavator of value. I bring depth where there is shallowness. I elevate conversations, environments, and relationships. My presence increases excellence. I am not common. I have been set apart for distinctions that are not based on title or wealth, but by alignment with divine design. I operate in unusual capacity. I navigate spaces with understanding that cannot be explained naturally. I have been seasoned by quiet victories and hidden sacrifices. I carry authority not from men, but from time with God. I don't strive for status, I cultivate stature. It is written, to them God has chosen to make known the glorious riches of this mystery, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory. It is written, do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have from God? It is written, the one who gets wisdom loves life. The one who cherishes understanding will soon prosper. I declare, I am preserved from deception. I will not be caught by flattery or misled by emotion. I see beyond presentation. I discern intent. I do not chase open doors blindly, I test every spirit. I am guarded by discernment, not suspicion. I listen with the spirit, not just the ear. I am immune to manipulation. I am anchored in clarity. My internal world is healthy. My thoughts are renewed. My perspectives are sanctified. I interpret life not through fear, but through understanding. I speak to myself with truth. I affirm what is eternal. I reject self-pity and embrace responsibility. I grow in silence. I do not need noise to feel alive. I don't confuse activity with progress. I value stillness. I protect my focus. I am not trapped in cycles of the past. I am not tied to yesterday's failures or yesterday's accomplishments. I move forward with deliberate steps. I live in the now. I don't rehearse pain, I release it. I don't cling to offense, I overcome it. I don't hoard achievements, I offer them as testimony. I am ever becoming. It is written, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. It is written, the path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. It is written, blessed is the one who listens to me, watching daily at my doors, waiting at my doorway. I am careful with my yes. I am wise with my time. I do not say yes to everything, I say yes to what's aligned. I understand the power of small beginnings, and I steward the little with excellence. I do not despise my process, I honor my pace. I do not compete with timelines, I respect the rhythm of my preparation. I speak life over everything assigned to me. My work is productive, my mind is sharp, my body functions in divine rhythm. My atmosphere is filled with solutions. I do not create chaos, I release order. I declare divine flow in all areas of responsibility. My home is stable. My decisions are firm. My boundaries are clear. I affirm that I do not collapse under pressure. I am trained for intensity. I've been built for responsibility. I do not resent the weight I carry, I've been equipped for it. What others view as overwhelming, I see as opportunity. I do not complain, I construct. I do not sulk, I solve. I take ownership of the assignment and walk with confidence in the one who gave it. I release the need for constant explanation. I do not have to justify what God is doing in me. I don't explain divine dealings to natural minds. I am comfortable being misunderstood if it means I remain obedient. I seek to be understood by God, not necessarily by man. I choose integrity over popularity. It is written, better a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice. It is written, a person's steps are directed by the Lord. How then can anyone understand their own way? It is written, commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans. I declare that every environment I enter is upgraded by my presence. I bring peace into chaos. I bring clarity into confusion. I bring purpose where there was wandering. I do not absorb dysfunction, I heal it. I don't enable disorder, I correct it. I carry presence, and where I walk, things shift. I affirm that I remain curious and humble. I never stop learning. I grow even in places where others plateau. I do not act like I've arrived. I remain teachable, correctable, and flexible in the hands of God. I am not hardened by experience, I am softened by understanding. I do not confuse knowledge with maturity. I remain open. I build legacy, not just success. I pour into generations I may never meet. I plant trees I may never sit under. I write things that will outlive me. I sow seeds that will yield after I'm gone. I build quietly. I sow intentionally. I live generationally. I do not think only of today. I think of eternity. I think of ripple effects. I think of impact. It is written, one generation shall praise your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts. It is written, the righteous man walks in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. It is written, the wisdom of the prudent is to give thought to their ways. I am never without help. I am never without direction. I am never without power. I am never without access. I am never without strength. Even when I feel empty, I am held. Even when I feel weak, I'm carried. Even when I feel lost, I'm known. My feelings do not define my truth. The spirit within me is greater than the struggle around me. I do not seek shortcuts. I am willing to take the long road. I do not rush what God is refining. I am patient with my journey. I embrace the process, knowing the finished work will be weighty. I'm not building for a moment, I'm building for generations. I am marked by the wisdom of God, and I walk in discernment all the days of my life. I receive the counsel of the Spirit, and my decisions align with divine insight. I will not lean on limited understanding, for I am instructed from above. I am not confused, misled, or deceived, for the light of revelation shines continually within me. My path is directed by divine purpose, and my choices are established in the will of the Lord. I declare that I am not driven by impulse, but by divine instruction. I live as one taught by God, for it is written, He shows sinners the way. I rise each day equipped with clarity. My thoughts are orderly and sound, and my spirit is alert. I will not fall prey to distraction or misdirection, for the hand of the Lord steadies me. I am established in focus, and my steps are ordered with accuracy. I move forward with steady assurance, for I am led by one who never fails. My mind is guarded against confusion, and I dwell in clarity. My inner man is strengthened, for it is written, He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. I live under the authority of the Most High. I am not subject to fear, intimidation, or spiritual oppression. My spirit stands tall in Christ, and I declare that I live free from every hidden bondage. I am not manipulated by lies, nor am I bound by fear. The chains of limitation are shattered, and I walk in holy liberty. I will not be subdued by circumstances or ruled by emotions, for I am rooted in the power of Christ. I proclaim that nothing has dominion over me, but the will of God. I have overcome, for it is written, He delivered me from my strong enemy. I dwell in abundance that does not run dry. I have all I need and more to fulfill the purpose of God for my life. I walk in sufficiency, and the storehouse of heaven supplies my needs. I am not a beggar, nor do I live in scarcity. I am a recipient of divine provision, and there is no lack in my portion. What I touch multiplies. What I steward increases. I declare that the work of my hands is blessed and fruitful. I receive from the overflow of the kingdom. It is written, You open your hand and satisfy the desire of every living thing. I possess endurance for every season. I do not grow weary in the midst of waiting, nor do I faint in adversity. I have the strength to stand through trials and the patience to outlast storms. I am not easily shaken or discouraged, for my anchor holds in the unseen realm. My resolve is firm, and my spirit remains steady in transition. I declare that I endure with a heart full of expectation. I press on with determination, and I overcome. It is written, "If you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. My strength is great, for it is drawn from God Himself. I am a carrier of good fruit. My life yields evidence of transformation. I am not barren, nor am I fruitless. The evidence of God's work in me is visible and undeniable. I grow in character. I mature in understanding. I develop in consistency. I do not remain stagnant, for I am planted by rivers of living water. What is born in me by the Spirit remains. My testimony is not in words alone, but in visible fruit. It is written, "Even now the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down. I bear fruit that endures." I declare that my words align with the Spirit of God. I do not speak carelessly or with destructive intent. My mouth is an instrument of life, and I declare what heaven declares. I speak with purpose, power, and grace. I do not curse my future, nor do I echo negativity. I am intentional with every utterance. I declare blessing, breakthrough, and transformation. My confessions build and uplift. It is written, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit." I stand clothed in humility, and I am lifted by the hand of God. I do not exalt myself, for promotion comes from the Lord. I do not seek validation from man, but I receive my identity from above. I serve without striving. I love without expectation. I honor without pride. My pasture is low, but my calling is high. It is written, "He has regarded the lowly state of his maidservant." I am seen, not because I push myself forward, but because the Lord has favored me. I am a vessel of compassion. My heart does not grow cold. I remain tender in the presence of pain. I reach out with mercy, and I walk with kindness. I do not look away from the hurting. I do not ignore the suffering. My hands are ready to serve. My ears are open to hear. My heart is moved by the burdens of others. I declare that I do not live for myself alone. I pour out what has been poured into me. It is written, "He who has pity on the poor lends to the Lord, and He will pay back what He has given." I have discernment in relationships. I know when to draw near and when to pull away. I am not entangled with what drains me. I walk with the wise. I connect with those who sharpen me. I declare that I am not deceived by appearances. I see clearly, and I judge rightly. I am surrounded by divine connections. It is written, Do not be deceived. Evil company corrupts good habits. I walk in alignment with those assigned by God. I am bold in the Spirit. I do not retreat in intimidation. I speak when I am called to speak. I rise when I am called to act. I do not wait for the approval of man. I do not hesitate in obedience. I confront when necessary. I stand when challenged. I am not passive. I am not silent. I declare that courage fills my soul. It is written, the righteous are bold as a lion. I am hidden in divine protection. I do not live in fear of evil. I dwell under the shadow of the Almighty. I am guarded against harm and preserved from destruction. I do not walk alone. I am covered, kept, and surrounded by heavenly defense. It is written, you shall not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flies by day. I move in the rhythm of divine timing. I am not ahead or behind. I do not rush destiny. I do not delay obedience. I move with the pace of heaven. I wait when I must wait. I run when I must run. I am in sync with the appointed seasons of God. I declare that I will not miss my moment. It is written, to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. I live with unshakable conviction. My values are not compromised. My standards are not lowered. I hold fast to what is right, and I do not negotiate with darkness. I stand firm, even when alone. I declare that my foundation is Christ, and I will not be moved. I am not double-minded. I am not unstable. I have set my heart, and I will not turn. It is written, let your yes be yes, and your no, no. I embrace the call of holiness. I do not blend into what is common. I have been set apart for the purposes of God. I live clean. I walk upright. I reject compromise. I love righteousness. I pursue purity. I refuse defilement. My life is a living sacrifice. It is written, be holy, for I am holy. I receive the mantle of intercession. I do not grow weary in prayer. I lift up the needs of others. I travail in the Spirit. I stand in the gap. I war with words. I carry burdens until they break. I speak mysteries. I labor in the secret place. My prayers shift atmospheres. It is written, the effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man avails much. I function in divine strategy. I do not wander aimlessly. I plan with insight. I act with foresight. I build with intentionality. My goals are rooted in vision. My actions are ordered with clarity. I declare that my life is not random. It is written, by wise counsel you will wage your own war, and in a multitude of counselors there is safety. I am a witness to the faithfulness of God. I speak of His works. I recount His goodness. I testify with boldness. I am not silent about what He has done. I declare openly the greatness of His power. I am not ashamed to tell my story. I carry the proof of transformation. It is written, "Let the redeemed of the Lord say so." I stand as one who has been chosen before the foundation of the world to walk in alignment with divine purpose. I am not here by chance. I am not wandering. I am sent, commissioned, and appointed. I declare that my life unfolds by divine orchestration, step by step, moment by moment. I will not be confused or disoriented. I function with clarity from above. I understand divine signals, and I obey the promptings of the Spirit. I am endowed with strength beyond human measure. My resilience is not from flesh, but from the breath of the Almighty within me. I rise each day with vigor not my own. I endure with patience that does not come from earthly understanding. I am rooted deeply, like a tree planted by rivers that never run dry. I flourish in every season because I am connected to an eternal source. I carry insight for times that are uncertain. I see through divine perspective. I interpret situations not by what I see, but by what is revealed. I declare that my ears are tuned to the voice of the Spirit. I do not walk in darkness. I have light within me. I carry the ability to navigate through transitions and changes with wisdom that cannot be explained by men. I speak the language of victory, even before battles begin. I am not waiting for outcomes to declare my triumph. I am more than a conqueror. I am not intimidated by obstacles or giants. They bow before the authority I carry. Mountains recognize my voice because I speak not in my own name, but in the name of the one who never fails. I affirm that I am preserved. No harm shall come near my dwelling. I do not fear the arrows that fly by day, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. I am guarded. I am covered. I am encircled by heavenly defense. Invisible hands protect all that concerns me. I walk freely because I am safe in His care. I declare that I live in overflow. Lack is foreign to me. Scarcity has no room in my territory. I operate under open heavens. What I touch multiplies. What I handle prospers. My storehouse is full, and my gates are open continually. I attract supply from every side. Resources respond to my presence. I am not a beggar. I am a distributor. I affirm that I carry divine reputation. I am known in heaven and feared in hell. My name is not ordinary. I am a carrier of eternal weight. When I speak, my words travel beyond the natural realm. I decree and it is established. My voice echoes with authority. I speak into atmospheres and they shift. I speak into dead situations and they respond. I do not dwell in regret. The past does not bind me. I am not stuck in what was. I stretch forward into what is ahead. I press on with divine courage. I refuse to replay failures. I have a new song, a new testimony, and a new journey. I am writing new pages with the ink of purpose. I step boldly into new assignments. I am not forgotten. I am engraved on the palms of His hands. My name is known by the One who numbers the stars. I am seen. I am remembered. I am attended to. There is no delay in heaven concerning my case. My petitions rise and answers descend. I live in the reality of divine attention. I declare that my thoughts are not ordinary. My mind is aligned with heaven's frequencies. I think possibilities. I imagine what eye has not seen. My creativity flows from the Spirit. I produce solutions that shift systems. I am a thinker of divine ideas. I am not limited by history or background. I initiate movements by the power of inspired imagination. I affirm that I do not carry burdens that are not mine. I lay aside every unnecessary weight. I move light. I am unencumbered. I travel fast. Because I do not hold on to offense, bitterness, or heaviness. My spirit is free. My soul is light. My steps are swift. I leap over walls. I run through troops. I soar above limitations. I am not random. I am precise. My placement is deliberate. My timing is perfect. I do not miss seasons. I am in rhythm with divine timing. I know when to wait and when to move. I operate with discernment. I do not guess, I know. I do not stumble, I walk firmly. I affirm that every word spoken over my life that aligns with the will of God will not fall to the ground. Promises are not delayed. Prophecies are fulfilled. Declarations over me are executed in their due time. I live in manifestation. What was spoken will be seen. What was declared will be done. I am not ordinary dust. I am infused with eternal breath. I carry divinity in mortality. I am the dwelling place of the Most High. My body is a vessel of honor. My presence carries weight. Wherever I go, light enters. Darkness cannot comprehend me. Systems align when I appear. I do not fit into the world. The world adjusts to my presence. I speak to my future, open wide. Make room for divine appointments. I will not labor in vain. I will not build for another to inhabit. My harvest shall not be scattered. My fruit shall not be devoured by strangers. What I plant shall blossom. What I water shall yield. I will eat the good of the land. I affirm that I carry unwavering boldness. I do not shrink back. I do not retreat. I do not apologize for divine favor. I stand where many have fallen. I speak when others remain silent. I act when others hesitate. I am courageous. I move against fear. I embrace risk when God is leading. I declare that I am not bound by earthly patterns. I break limitations set by ancestry or environment. I set new precedents. I begin new cycles. I am the interruption of every negative trend. I rewrite family stories. I birth new realities. I release a new lineage of blessing. Through me, many will arise. I am surrounded by those who carry divine assignment. My relationships are strategic. I do not walk with the wrong people. I am shielded from association with sabotage. I attract builders, lifters, intercessors, and vision partners. Every person assigned to my destiny locates me. Every destiny thief is removed. I do not sleep through destiny. I am awake. I am sensitive. I catch divine instructions even in the night. I rise when others slumber. I engage early. I prepare ahead. I do not miss appointments set by heaven. I show up when needed. I am available for divine exploits. I affirm that restoration is my portion. What was lost is found. What was stolen is returned sevenfold. I recover all. Nothing is missing. Nothing is broken. Time is redeemed. Opportunities come back better. I step into restitution. I receive replacements that exceed what was taken. I declare that my voice will not be silenced. My words carry life. My declarations shift seasons. My prayers dismantle strongholds. My utterances pierce through resistance. I speak boldly, and heaven backs me. I am not ignored in the spirit. I am recognized and reinforced. I affirm that I do not merely survive. I dominate. I do not maintain. I expand. I am not tolerated. I am celebrated. I take territories. I possess lands. I enlarge borders. I move from glory to glory. From one level of impact to another. I increase consistently. I declare that I have divine backing. I do not fight alone. I am not defenseless. Hosts of heaven fight for me. Angelic reinforcements surround my work. My voice activates armies. I am never outnumbered. The one who called me walks with me. I do not lose. I affirm that I am unshakable. Winds may blow, but I remain. Storms may rise, but I stand. My foundation is not sand, but the rock that never moves. I am anchored. I am fixed. I am rooted. I outlast pressures. I outlive seasons of drought. I endure and emerge stronger. It is written, He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee. It is written, The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. It is written, They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed, but abideth forever. It is written, He will regard the prayer of the destitute, and not despise their prayer. It is written, He will bless them that fear the Lord, both small and great. It is written, He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord. It is written, The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar. In Lebanon, it is written, the eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. It is written, he shall build the house, and shall bear the glory, and shall sit and rule upon his throne. It is written, the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. I walk in divine boldness, not by natural force, but by the courage instilled within me by the Spirit of the Lord. I do not shrink back or falter. I advance. I proclaim that I am equipped for conquest, not defeat. I was not made to dwell in hesitation, but to move in strength. I have the capacity to overcome that which is placed before me. It is written, be strong and of good courage. Do not be afraid, nor be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you, wherever you go. I am not empty-handed. I carry divine strategies. I possess insight that surpasses human understanding, because my mind is illuminated by the Word. I receive wisdom, not born of man, but bestowed by God. I operate with discernment in every situation, and I will not be ensnared by deception. It is written, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him. I declare that the works of my hands are established. My pursuits are fruitful because I walk in alignment with the will of the one who orders my steps. My labor is not in vain. My diligence is blessed. What I touch prospers, because I do not rely on the arm of flesh, but on the power of the Most High. It is written, let the favor of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish the work of our hands upon us. I proclaim that I am unshaken. In the face of adversity, I will not be moved. My foundation is secure. The winds may blow, but I remain planted. I am not vulnerable to destruction, because I am built on the cornerstone that cannot crumble. It is written, therefore, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them, I will liken him to a wise man who built his house on the rock. I stand under divine protection. No threat formed against me can accomplish its purpose. I am covered, shielded, guarded. My going out and my coming in are preserved. Night and day, I am watched over by the Lord. It is written, the Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. I affirm that my speech carries weight. My words are not idle, but seasoned with grace and power. I speak with clarity and conviction. I do not echo confusion. I release declarations that build, heal, and transform. My tongue is governed by the Spirit. It is written, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits. I decree that I have been brought into divine alignment. My steps are synchronized with the will of the Father. I do not stumble blindly, for the light of His Word guides me. I move forward intentionally with clarity and direction. It is written, your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. I walk in divine distinction. I am not lost in the multitude. I am called, set apart, and commissioned for a higher purpose. The hand of the Lord has marked me for significant impact. My voice is not silenced. My assignment is not hidden. It is written, before I formed you in the womb I knew you. Before you were born I sanctified you. I ordained you a prophet to the nations. I have supernatural entrance. I do not grow weary in doing good. I persist beyond limitations. I press on when others stop. I bear fruit in every season, and I will not faint. Strength is multiplied unto me, and my inner man is daily renewed. It is written, but those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. I affirm that my relationships are divinely orchestrated. The connections in my life are purposeful. I am surrounded by those who sharpen, uplift, and partner with God's plan for me. Every alliance is filtered through divine wisdom. It is written, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. I declare that I lack no resource for the calling upon my life. I am not deficient in what is needed to complete my assignment. Provision flows to me in due season. I do not chase lack. I abide in sufficiency. It is written, and my God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. I speak abundance over every area of my life. My mind is filled with creative ideas. My hands are diligent and fruitful. My storehouses overflow with increase. I am a conduit of blessing to others. It is written, bring all the tithes into the storehouse ... and see if I will not open for you the windows of heaven and pour out for you such blessing. I walk in unwavering confidence. I am not timid or unsure. I move boldly because I know who backs me. The Lord is my assurance, and I shall not be confounded. It is written, for the Lord will be your confidence and will keep your foot from being caught. I affirm that I carry fire in my spirit. I am not cold, and I am not lukewarm. I am fervent in purpose. I am lit with holy zeal. My heart is stirred continually for the things of God. I am relentless in pursuit of my spiritual purpose. It is written, never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor, serving the Lord. I am not a slave to fear. I am liberated by truth. Anxiety does not dictate my decisions. Panic does not arrest my focus. I walk in divine composure. It is written, cast all your anxiety on him, because he cares for you. I rise each day with renewed expectancy. I do not dread the future. I anticipate the goodness of God unfolding in every area of my journey. I will not dwell in yesterday's shadows. I fix my eyes forward. It is written, this is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. I declare that my legacy is righteous. I am planting seeds that will flourish for generations. What I build today shall stand tomorrow. I am establishing pillars of faith, honor, and obedience. My lineage is preserved under the blessing. It is written, the righteous man walks in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. I am empowered to resist every temptation. I do not yield to that which aims to derail me. I escape the snare because I am vigilant and spiritually alert. I overcome by the strength that is within me. It is written, God is faithful, who will not allow you to be tempted beyond what you are able, but with the temptation will also make the way of escape. I affirm that my boundaries are honored. I am not exploited or overstepped. I walk in discernment and balance. I know when to speak and when to be still, when to engage and when to withdraw. The Spirit leads me in every interaction. It is written, do not give what is holy to the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine. I decree that I live in divine anticipation. I am constantly aligned with God's timing. I will not rush ahead or lag behind. I am synchronized with the rhythms of grace. I am in step with the divine calendar. It is written, for the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. My thoughts are anchored in forward motion. I do not look back with regret. I extract wisdom from the past and press onward. I refuse to dwell in cycles that have ended. It is written, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. I speak dominion over every realm assigned to me. I take possession of the land I have been given. I do not apologize for operating in authority. I do not relinquish territory. I establish righteousness in every space I occupy. It is written, every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon I have given you. I am a carrier of divine order. Chaos does not linger around me. Confusion is scattered when I arrive. My presence brings stability. My words restore alignment. I build and do not tear down. I organize and do not destroy. It is written, let all things be done decently and in order. I affirm that I am deeply rooted in purpose. I am not driven by trends or swayed by waves. I remain consistent and immovable. My focus is fixed on eternity. It is written, therefore, my beloved brethren, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. I stand unashamed of the calling on my life. I do not downplay what God has placed within me. I rise fully into what I have been created for. I carry the mantle boldly. I wear my assignment without hesitation. It is written, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God to salvation. I speak growth over every dormant gift within me. Nothing God has placed in me shall remain unused. Every seed shall germinate. Every potential shall blossom. I am activated. I am released into greater dimensions. It is written, stir up the gift of God which is in you. I operate with clean hands and a pure heart. My motives are refined by fire. I do not act from selfish ambition. I move from a posture of obedience and honor. It is written, "Who may ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who may stand in his holy place? He who has clean hands and a pure heart." I declare that my eyes are open to heavenly realities. I do not see only in the natural. I perceive what is being revealed in the Spirit. I'm not blind to the movement of God. I recognize divine patterns. It is written, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things, which you do not know." I declare that my path is bright, ordered by the one who sees the end from the beginning. I do not stumble in confusion, for the Lord establishes my steps and causes me to walk steadily forward. I speak direction over my life. I will not be lost. I will not dwell in uncertainty. I affirm that I am governed by divine wisdom that illuminates my choices. I will discern what is excellent. I will walk in clarity. I will advance without fear or doubt. My path is not crooked, and no obstacle shall prevent the unfolding of what is ordained for me. It is written, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way." I declare that I operate in divine strength. My energy is replenished by the one who never sleeps. I am not weary. I am not faint. I will run and not be tired. I will walk and not collapse. I rise every morning with new capacity to endure, new grace to carry out purpose. I am not limited by human weakness, because divine might empowers my spirit and body alike. It is written, "He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength." I affirm that I am preserved. I will not be cut off before my time. My days are numbered by God, and not by circumstance. I will not perish suddenly. I will not be swallowed by misfortune. I live under covering, under protection that surrounds me like a shield. My life will not be taken by accident. No plague will draw near me. I will fulfill the number of my days in peace. It is written, "With long life will I satisfy him, and show him my salvation." I declare that increase is my portion. I do not remain stagnant. I move from level to level. I grow in knowledge, influence, and capacity. I will not remain where I was yesterday. I advance. I multiply. I stretch into new territory. I see expansion on every side. I step into rooms designed for me. I receive promotion that cannot be blocked. My hands will not be empty. I produce results, and my fruit will abide. It is written, "But the path of the just is as the shining light, that shineth more and more unto the perfect day." I affirm that my voice carries weight. When I speak, my words align with heaven's agenda. I do not speak vainly. I do not declare aimlessly. My words build. My words frame outcomes. My decrees align with divine law. I silence every voice of confusion and embrace authority through my confession. I do not speak defeat. I do not echo fear. I affirm possibilities. I create through declaration. It is written, Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. I declare that I am fruitful in every season. I am not subject to the patterns of this world. I am not barren. I am not dry. I bring forth in time and out of time, because my root is deep. My source is unseen. My provision is from above. I am a tree planted by rivers of living water. I do not wither. I do not lack supply. My life is abundant with good things. My branches stretch and give shade. Others are blessed through what I produce. It is written, And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. I affirm that I dwell in supernatural discernment. My decisions are not made in haste. My instincts are refined. My perceptions are sharp. I do not fall for deception. I see beyond the surface. I separate truth from lies. I walk in insight and observe what others miss. I interpret rightly. I hear accurately. I navigate life with perception that is not taught by men. It is written, But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. I declare that the works of my hands are blessed. I labor, but not in vain. I invest, and I reap. I initiate, and I complete. I plan, and I execute. My efforts are not wasted. I do not experience setback. My hands will not drop in defeat. My projects will not crumble. My dreams will not die in the womb. I finish what I start. I excel in my vocation. It is written, And let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish thou the work of our hands upon us. I affirm that I live by divine provision. I do not operate by scarcity. I do not panic over needs. My source is faithful. My storehouse is never dry. My supply does not depend on men. I have what I require when I require it. Doors of opportunity open without striving. I do not borrow in fear. I receive without manipulation. I access without begging. It is written, The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing. I declare that I rise above every form of limitation. Nothing that has hindered others can hold me back. I am not bound by history. I am not imprisoned by the past. I am not stuck in patterns that oppose my destiny. Chains are broken. Cycles are interrupted. Generational restrictions are shattered. What held others down cannot hold me. I am different. I walk a higher path. It is written, But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. I affirm that my mind is sound. I am not confused. I am not disoriented. I think clearly. I reason rightly. I am not given to anxiety or irrationality. I possess mental strength. My thoughts are stable. My meditations are aligned with light. I have mastery over my emotions and control over my focus. It is written, "For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." I declare that I live in divine alignment. My timing is right. My seasons are coordinated by the hand of God. I do not miss appointments. I do not walk ahead of my time. I am synchronized with divine rhythm. I do not delay what should be done now, and I do not hurry what requires patience. I am in step with heaven. It is written, "To everything there is a season and a time, to every purpose under the heaven." I affirm that my legacy is blessed. What I build will remain. What I pass on will not decay. I am establishing a pattern that honors God. I will not leave behind confusion. I will not fade into nothingness. My impact will outlive me. My life is a seed that will produce generations of strength. It is written, "A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children." I declare that I rise above opposition. I do not fear conflict. I am not shaken by attack. I do not crumble. When pressure rises, my resistance is supernatural. I overcome what others succumb to. I push through walls. I triumph in every contest. I outlast storms. I emerge stronger from adversity. It is written, "Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us." I affirm that I am surrounded by helpers. I do not journey alone. I am not abandoned. I am not isolated. I am strategically connected. Destiny partners are drawn to me. Men will remember me for good. I receive favor before those who matter. I do not labor in obscurity. Help finds me without manipulation. It is written, "Men shall give into your bosom." I declare that I stand tall in identity. I am not confused about who I am. I do not compare myself with others. I do not imitate. I am original. I am necessary. I was designed with intention. I walk in full awareness of my value. I do not shrink. I do not pretend. I do not apologize for being chosen. It is written, "Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee." I affirm that I abide in divine rest. I am not agitated. I do not strive anxiously. I do not chase what belongs to me. I walk in settledness. I operate from a place of confidence. I am not restless. My soul is anchored. I trust and move in peace. I do not fight battles already won. It is written, "There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of God." I declare that my words are seasoned with grace. I do not wound with speech. I do not confuse with communication. I build with my tongue. I minister to others through utterance. I do not gossip. I do not slander. I edify, I uplift. My voice will not bring pain, but healing. It is written, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pitchers of silver. I affirm that my tomorrow is secure. I do not dread the future. I do not fear the unknown. I do not imagine disaster. My outlook is shaped by promise. I speak into the years ahead and declare goodness over all that is to come. I welcome what is next. I wait what is better. I prepare for abundance. It is written, surely there is an end, and thine expectation shall not be cut off. I declare that I am transformed daily. I am not stuck in former versions of myself. I evolve, I mature, I improve, I lay aside every weight. I let go of what no longer serves God's agenda for me. I put on the new man. I become more like the image that heaven has destined. I grow in stature and favor. It is written, but we all, with open face beholding as in a glass the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image. Amen.